So it's interesting structure.
Okay.
I don't know, but you know, that comes from the source, so you have to take it with the.
Uh-huh. Because we have a presentation from Morning Movement and Mentoring Program that have packed our house, which is fantastic. So I was wondering if we could bring them to have their first. Okay, great. You're up. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. I'm Marta Guevara. I'm Director of Student and Family Engagement, and it brings me great pleasure for me to be able to introduce one of the jewels, one of the great things that we're doing, because we're doing a lot of wonderful work in this district, and we don't have usually enough time to just share all the wonderful things that are happening. And these wonderful things are happening because we have wonderful, wonderful partners in the community. And so I just wanted to share that the Morning Movement and Mentoring Program started 3 years ago, and this was our Cambodian outreach workers' idea. We have Seha Crouch. Where's Seha? So Seha is completely committed to the community. He grew up here, and he knows the importance of mentoring students and providing students for support outside of the school day. And so he thought of this, and we started 3 years ago with about 15 students, and it's grown immensely. And I am not going to take a lot of time because I want you to hear from the families, from the students, and from our partners. And I want to introduce the person who is coordinating, who's another star that we have, who's Dwayne Chamble, who's our out-of-school time coordinator. Where's Dwayne? So these are amazing resources we have. But before I want to just name the 4 main partners, right? And we asked them, if you have a chance to come, and we thought one person from each of the groups would come. We have an incredible turnout, and so we are really, really pleased to say that our partners are really amazing, who've shown up in so many different ways. And this program starts at 7 o'clock in the morning, Monday through Thursday, so that whole fallacy of the people don't think that teenagers will get up early. Well, if you offer what they need and what they want, they will, because they know what they need for the future. So we have Amherst College, which they'll come and introduce themselves, but we have them here. We have 3 people from Amherst College. We have the Amherst Police Department, including the chief, sergeant, and our community liaison are here. We have community folks who are here from UMass. So from UMass, we have the athletic department, Maria Vega, and a few other people. And then we have Amherst Recreation, who've been really stellar as well, Becky Demling and others. But I won't take your time, and I'll bring Dwayne along, and I want you to hear from these wonderful people, because it's just a feel-good story, and it continues.
Thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Dwayne Chamble. I am the out-of-school time coordinator. And yeah, as we said, I know we're at limited time and we have a great turnout. So following me, we're going to hear from our parents and our students who, they make this program happen. They are the reason why we're here. This is going to be my 9th year in the district. And the first set of advice that I got from Dr. Guevara in this role and coming into this role, because I didn't come from education, it was treat every student like they were your child, right? How would you respond as a parent? And even if you make mistakes, which I have made many over these times, parents understand, right? They know you were doing the right thing and your heart was in the right place. So we want to hear from our parents, our students and our parents, and then we will ask our partners to come and give some brief remarks. And we hope that you enjoy, and we definitely hope to bring more of this program in the future, where we're looking to go, how we're looking to build and grow and expand it. And we look forward to your support, and thank you so much. I'm so excited for all of our students. So we'll start with our students and parents, and I think we'll start right with students. So students, you can come to the floor, state your name, and
Some chairs up so you feel better? Do you want to push them up? What do you feel?
so let's
Come on.
let's have
It's a little
Tintin
bit
come.
intimidating.
Yep, come on, sit with you, Tintin.
My name is Tenzin. I'm in 8th grade, and morning movement has benefited me in a multitude of ways, because I've made new friends, connected with friends I have also been going to the gym, so I gotten like more fit, more healthy, and like if you were not doing well academically, you can also like have tutors to help you at morning movement. But it's like mainly like the discipline morning movement builds, cause for me, I sleep earlier as well, cause of morning movement. I've been sleeping at like 8:30, 9. It's like really early. So yeah, morning movement is like one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life.
Oh yeah, Jesse.
My name is Jesse. Morning movement is one of the best decisions I ever made after these 2 years of middle school. It benefits me in academically, physically, and mentally. It provides me with the time to work on missing work and then like missing assignments like projects, essays, homework, anything that helps me through school. They also offer like a variety of activities and like such as basketball, soccer, frisbee, any sports you can think of. They also allow us to work out in the weight room within the high school, like such as like running and lifting. They have assistants to help us in our work and with physical sports as well as working out. So morning movement can be like, hard sometimes, but it's also very beneficial in these past 2 years.
My name is Ellis. I joined Morning Movement a year ago. This year. And it's really helped me. I've gotten more fit. I've gotten a lot more friends through Morning Movement. It's helped me mentally, physically. If you have bad grades, you will be helped out. It's really helped me a lot. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, so my name is Carlos. I'm gonna be honest. I wasn't the best student at the start of 7th grade. I was doing a lot of bad things. I was skipping class, being late, wasn't doing my work. I didn't really care. But when I joined Morning Movement, as Dwayne said, treating us like his kids, he held me accountable. He taught me discipline, and I just became better ever since I got to know him. My guy. I also got better at basketball because I didn't think I was gonna be able to practice outside of practice, but I got another space where I could, and I felt comfortable at Morning Movement. It wasn't like outside of school where I was like, like getting into fights and all that. I felt safe. It was a safe environment, and I built a community. So yeah.
Oh yeah!
Good evening. Thanks for your time. My name is Paula. Obviously, I'm his mom. It's really a pleasure to be here and be part of this great, whatever this is great. That's all I know. It's great. It has changed. Many children changed their lives. Like my son mentioned before, he was not doing great. He was doing terribly. But thank God to this program, thanks to Dwayne. And I want to mention Sergeant Alvarado, right behind me over there.
Yeah.
Yes. Really good people. Marta, everybody has been very supportive. He's changed completely. Moon to sun change. and I'm really proud of that. I mean, of course, he needs to still mature and stuff like that, but what we want to do for these kids is keep them motivated and busy. And I'm really thankful for your time and everything. And I really hope that this program continues because obviously the kids need it, we need you. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Keisha, and I really think that this program's like changed. Like even though I've like started it this year, I really think that it's done a big impact on me. Like in the start, I had really bad grades and I wasn't really the best kid in school. But like after I started it, like I've seen myself change, and then like honestly, like the past couple weeks have been hard. But like just waking up in the morning, knowing that I'm gonna be in a safe space in the morning is great, and knowing that like there's people here who had a little amount of time to get our respect and our trust and still manage to wake up in the morning to come. So I'm really thankful for everybody who wakes up in the morning just to come, just for like, I don't know, a couple of hours, but it changes a lot. I used to have an F in a certain class, and now I have an A+ in there. And because of the people who've helped me with my grades and my missing work. So yeah, I think this program's really great, and I really want it to keep going on and helping other kids.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, my name is Andre, and at first I didn't sign up for Morning Movement because I didn't think it was for me, but my families and friends told me I should sign up, then I signed up, and I really found out it was for me. I got better at basketball. I worked out with him right there, and I think I've gotten stronger, and I think Morning Movement's a really good place, really good people, a good community, activities to do. We go on field trips and all that. So that's why I love Morning Movement.
Hi, my name's Emily, and I'm Ellis's mom, and I'm going to try not to cry. But I saw Dwayne out in Amherst a couple months ago, and I mean, I barely know him, but I knew who he was, and I was like, Dwayne, if there's anything I can do to support Morning Movement and have it grow, like I would really love to have it grow into high school, tell me and I will be there. So I'm a huge fan. And I guess I wanted to connect it actually to two other things I see on the agenda, which are IEPs and bullying. So in terms of bullying, so Ellis joined in 8th grade last year, 7th grade. It was a mess. I mean, the school was a mess. You all know that. But there was a lot of bullying, and it was just a really mean environment with lots of unhealthy dynamics. And with Morning Movement, honestly, I feel like that's just disappeared. I feel like Ellis has a solid group of friends. Every time I go to pick him up, they're kids and adults who are like high-fiving him in the hallway. It's a totally different, transformed social experience. I also think for kids with IEPs and like ADHD in particular, kids need to move, and there is not enough movement in the daytime. And so when you have Morning Movement as an option for kids with a lot of energy, it makes a big difference. So just in terms of Ellis, like we used to get calls with some regularity about basically just having Ellis having an inconvenient amount of energy for a public school. And we haven't gotten any. And I talked to a teacher recently about his transition to high school, and we were like, so how's he doing? He's like, I think he's doing great. I can't think of any issues. And there were a lot of issues in that class last year. It was a mess, not because of him, but so I think and he doesn't have nearly as many pullouts for his IEPs. It's just really decreased the pressure. I think any one kid doesn't need as much from the staff because they're getting what they need before school even starts. So please continue. Please help it grow. And if these guys can keep doing it in high school, I would love it. So thanks for holding this, and you've got a big supporter here.
Hello, my name is Caitlin. My son also goes to morning movement, and I just wanted to contribute and say that I think it's very community building and confidence building, and I second what she said about the ADHD part. Not only that, for kids without ADHD, I think it's good exercise and mental stimulation right before academics. So that's all I really have to say. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Bonnie, and these are my three lovely children, but the twins, they're in the program. And yeah, when Keisha first came to me with it, I kind of brushed it off because I didn't know what it was. And then she kept on me and kept on me. So I finally got her signed up, and it was phenomenal. And then I was wondering as to why Andre wasn't doing it. Because Andre, he likes sleeping in the morning.
Yes, I do.
And he was like, nope, nope, nope. But luckily, Dwayne was like, come on, when's Andre going to do it? Come on, come on, come on. So finally, we got Andre into it. He loves it. I feel like this program is phenomenal. And I also love the fact that Monday through Thursday, my kids are gone before I'm even up in the morning. So that's also good. But honestly, what I love about it is that, you know, with everything that we see going on in the media about, you know, with the police officers and, you know, with all that stuff going on, and to know that in our community we have first responders that are supporting our kids, and this allows our kids to see that there are phenomenal police officers out there, and you know, like I love it. I love the fact that they get to see it. I love the fact that UMass students. I love the fact that it's a great community, and I love it. I love it. I love it, and I hope that this program lasts long enough for my 4-year-old to be able to also get there too. But I love it. I love it. It's great. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Katrina. My son also goes to the morning movements. He started last fall. I would like also to say excellent words about this program in favor to continue it, because this is a true example where the kids can feel that the community cares about them, and community put each and every effort to grow them as a good people, and the kids also see that community would like what the standards of a good community are. So that works both ways. So the community became known, the kids, they start knowing the kids, so they know what to expect from them, and they also see in kids good examples. So this is acceptable in our community. Our community, this is the standards. That's what our expectations from you, to be a part and to build with us together good community. So it's a two-way street, I would say. That's a great example, and I don't know who was that genius who actually decided to start this program, but absolutely, this is the way to build a good community. So how our kids know what it means? Just from us who, we as adults, we know what we would like to see in our community, what the community would like to live in. So we need to educate them. We need to let them practice that. So that's a healthy lifestyle, that's good habits, good diversity community, so that everybody respects everybody's and held themselves accountable for their behavior. So for my son, I mean, on a personal level, he also had a great growth, like improvement of his executive skills, planning. So he looking forward for that day. So he start putting together his clothes, his lunch, his books. He start kind of ordering what he's doing in terms of his academics. Okay, here's the time to play, here's time to have a good academics. So absolutely, this program needs to go. Absolutely, everybody in our community needs this program, adults and children, for sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Dan. My son is in the program. There's really not much I think I can add on to what has already been shared by all the parents and the kids, but just from my own experience, seeing my son, motivate by himself to wake up so early and without me having to push him, and I really feel, my son gets services at the school as well. And I think what one of the parents said that is really important is that what happens early in the morning with the exercise, the mentorship, and the community building has an effect that trickles through the rest of the day. It helps the teachers, the classroom teachers, the counselors, everybody in the building, benefits from the guidance that starts, at the beginning of the morning. Just like, you talk about healthy habits of getting up early and just starting that day off has a ripple effect throughout the day. And I see it in my son, his attitude, and like others have said, the community building, the new friendships. The middle school period is such a big transition. They're going from children to being young adults, and they have all this energy, and they're trying to get together all these kind of adult responsibilities. And it's really challenging, and this program has worked wonders for my son's sense of ownership of his own life and responsibilities. So we should keep it. It's wonderful, and I think it's of all the negative things you hear about within the schools, this is a real beacon of hope and positive example of what's going on in the schools. Thank you.
So I know we have a few minutes left, but I do want to just call up and bring up our collaborators, the people that actually make it happen on the ground. I know we don't have in the audience today, but I do want to acknowledge our van drivers from our transportation department who get up each morning, 5:30, starting. And I want to mention that for the students that have the vans, they're getting up anywhere between 6:20 and 6:40 in the morning getting rides here. So I want to acknowledge the van drivers on the ground. I also want to acknowledge our workers on the ground who are there each and every day, making sure that the kids are safe, making sure that the program is functioning. So I want to just call them up. I know I told them just a minute apiece, but I want to call up our two directors, Mr. Seah Karuch and Miss Maria Vega, and then after them, we'll just call up our community partners. Right now we have our Amherst Police Department, we have Amherst Recreation, we have UMass, Amherst College, and we have a community partner who volunteers his time and comes to the program once a week to assist with the program. So I'll just ask them to come up in that order for you to hear from them as well.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, I'm Maria. Seha and I and Bill, we really run the show every day. I couldn't do it without them, honestly. I give tremendous kudos to this program. Seha has built it and worked so hard to do it. I'm kind of new to the town. I've been here for 2 years, kind of like the lead facilitator for Morning Movement. My primary role is at UMass. I'm the director of student athlete development at UMass, which is why I have those two knuckleheads over there with me. We have Elliot McDermott on the hockey team. They probably won't get a chance to talk, but I'll shout them out. Elliot McDermott and Remy Sarah. Did I say it right? Sarah, my bad. A lot of names. Remy, field hockey team, a freshman, and then Elliot is a senior. But I think that this program has been awesome. You know, coming into the town, I didn't know too many of the things that were going on as far as, you know, the issues that are going on, but I think that this program is really healing. We talk strategically amongst our group every day on how are we being intentional with the students, right? Like how are we showing up for them? Every single one of them is different. Every single one of them have different needs. I always say they're all a puzzle. I'm Spanish. I'm from Nicaragua, and there's a saying in Spanish that says every puzzle piece, but it translates to like they all break your head. Like they're all funny. So it's like figuring them out every single day. But the trust that they have in us is awesome, right? And I think it's cool. Like we have students who are walking here, who are walking in the rain to come here. Students who are excited and wanting to get on the wait list and really, really desperately wanting to come. So you see them walking in, soaking wet, and they don't complain. Like, good morning, Maria. Like, God, like so I feed off of their energy too. Waking up early, Seha and I sometimes get our coffee orders because we're exhausted, but it's so worth it. Like seeing their smiles, seeing their growth. I know their favorite thing that I do is burpees. So setting the standard of the culture of what are we trying to create, right? So what is our why do I make you do burpees? If they cuss, they do 10 burpees. So you taking it home too. So it's just the culture of what we're trying to create. How are we setting up our young adults to do some really cool things in the community? And on the UMass side, on the UMass athletic side, it's been so healing, right? With Elliot and Remy coming in. Remy had an injury, and I think for her it's been awesome to be able to find a community. Elliot's from Canada, also understanding how he can find a community. I think it's really healing for everybody, right? And then at the table, we also have Amherst College, which we have students who selflessly have really cracked the code. One of them, Alex, who's not here, I always want to give him a shout out. He found the code to get them to do their homework. He gets Capri Suns, and if they do, if you show their grades, he gets a Capri Sun. It works. Right? It works. Telling you, he found the code. So I think it takes all of us, and it takes a village, right? And I really couldn't do it without Seha and Bill and the people who show up every single day. And again, I think that it's a great program. I'm happy to be a part of it and help them grow and continue to be happy every day waking up.
So my philosophy is that if you build it, they will come. Yes. So I didn't expect all this. And this is the village.
Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you so much.
You want it? Yes. Okay. Amherst College, our Amherst College partners with 1 minute, but we just wanted, we will take 1 minute. Sorry, I apologize. I know that you have a full agenda. We apologize.
Squeeze with me. Hi, everyone. We'll take 1 minute. My name is Kristen Lucian. Thanks. There we go. My name is Kristen Lucian. I'm the chair of the Education Studies program at Amherst College, and I teach one of the 2 courses that collaborates with morning movement and mentoring to provide academic support, college access, relationship building, through the every day that it's offered, and the work that we're doing between the 2 classes at Amherst, and the work that we're doing along with our partners for 2 years now through the morning movement and mentoring, culminates in a college access day that we have for the past 2 years, and again, this will continue. So we're having the middle school students and high school student collaborators join with us to build the college access day that the middle school students then attend. So getting students on campus after we've spent a lot of time on their campus with them, learning from them. Just to say that the course that I teach, Race, Education, and Belonging, students are thinking a lot about questions of educational equity, the cultivation of a sense of belonging in schools and how that and why that's meaningful. And so for our students, they're both being able to work with middle school students in this capacity, but they're also learning about, you know, firsthand a little bit about the experience of being a student in school, and they're getting the opportunity to learn from amazing educators who are working at morning movement and mentoring. So for us, it's just a complete win. It's so exciting for us to be partnering with the program, and we look forward to continuing to do it. Just thought I would share my other two colleagues here.
Oh, hi. I'm Erica. I'm a sophomore at Amherst College, and honestly, this program, being a part of this program, is one of the best things that's happened to me at Amherst College. I think there's kind of a little, like, the sense of a bubble around the campus, but I think through the work that we're doing with this program and this partnership, we really want to burst it and, you know, kind of let the students of the, like the kids of the community and everybody in the community know that the campus is their space. It's their community as well. And all of the resources that are available there, like the museums, the events, and all that, it's for them as well. And I don't know, for me as a first-generation low-income student, I would have loved to see a program like this when I was in middle school. I would have loved it. My siblings would have loved it. My friends would have loved it. And it's so amazing to see these kids get that opportunity to spend time with other people in the community who really care about them. And it's amazing for us as well to have the opportunity to care for these groups as well.
And I would just add, I'm Zoe. I'm Zoe Jacobs-Feinstein. I work in the Center for Community Engagement. And the thing that I would say that I would add to what Kristen and Erica have said is that this is a real partnership with Dwayne and Marta. It's what I would say is a reciprocal relationship. As much as we get from the program, I think that you know, those students get in return, and I've really appreciated the collaboration. So there are regular meetings with the folks in the Family Center to talk about what's working, what's not working, what might change. And they're really deeply committed to making the partnership grow, and so that's greatly appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Chief Tang with the Amherst Police Department. I'm going to be real brief because I know time is short. You know, first and foremost, you know, when I hear about these kids getting up in the morning and willing to get up and start moving, you know, I think about myself when I wake up. I'm like, oh, good Lord. You know, I got one day. So I commend them on that. And, you know, me and Sehal grew up together. We were educated through the school systems all the way from Wildwood. I think back about our time, you know, from a police perspective, we didn't always get along with the police, and I wish we had a program like this. It really would have broadened our horizons in terms of getting to know the police in our community. So, you know, Marta said that this program is one of the jewels of Amherst, and I think it's actually the kids that are the jewels. You know?
Yes, definitely.
You
Because
know,
of them. Because of them.
exactly. And so, you know, the thing is watching them grow and progress. I think we get more out of it than anybody else, even more than them. Obviously, they're going to benefit, but, you know, for us to see them grow and become productive members of our community is just, it's so moving. So that's all I have to say, and I hope this program expands and continues on. Bill Laramie?
Hi, everyone. My name is Bill Laramie. So I'm kind of the officer who's there most mornings, and again, as you've heard from the kids, you'll hear the same from us. It's really valuable. It's been personally valuable to me, you know. This job is sometimes not easy for us, and this is one of the highlights of my day where my job is easy. I love physical fitness, so when, you know, they came to us and approached us, I'm like, sure, yeah, you're going to let me work out with kids, that's terrific. So, and something, you know, we create an environment that is intentionally challenging because, as we know, life is challenging, so they're going to do things that are physically uncomfortable, but you see this growth, and the growth occurs physically, it occurs mentally, socially, academically, and you've heard the stories. So what they're telling you is the absolute truth. there's a lot of work that goes into this, on the ground, behind the scenes. So APD is deeply committed to it, and, we hope to see it expand with more students. My wife is a teacher in Belchertown, and I wish they did something like this in our community. So we'll see where it goes. This is a model for, I think, every school district. The benefit of this early morning interaction, physical activity, just pays dividends as they actually cross through the doors of the schools. So again, thank you for supporting the program. Thanks for giving us the time. We appreciate it.
Good evening. Jesus Arocho, Amherst Police. I've been there for 26 years. I grew up in Holyoke. Came from Puerto Rico, single mother. I wish we had this program when I was growing up in Holyoke. My life would have been totally different. That's why I can relate to a lot of these kids, right? Growing up in the projects in Holyoke, it's totally different than here. But I could really have benefited from this and like what we're building here as a community with everybody involved. It's amazing. So I'd like to see it continue.
Thank you so much.
Amherst Recreation, one more minute. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ray Harp, the Director of Recreation, and I just want to say I've been watching for 2 years as kids that have been in our programming basically are in the school, before school, and it's been an awesome thing to watch them in. When Becky Demling came to us last year, one of the first things we talked about was in expanding what we thought was a very, very strong program in the schools, and Amherst College talked about the reciprocity here. Family Center has been outstanding in being strong partners with us for this and other things, and Becky then took the program to she made it one of her goals to let Amherst Recreation be a part of that. And Becky Demling.
Hi, I'm the Outreach Director for Amherst Rec. Thank you, Sam. Hi, I'm Becky Demling. I'm the Outreach Director for Amherst Rec. We've been very fortunate to be allocated ARPA funding designated for outreach, particularly youth outreach. And so the town of Amherst has allowed us to invest $26,000 in supporting this program this year. We pay for 3 vans to pick up kids and get them to school in the morning if their parents cannot transport them. We also hired Maria Vega as one of the facilitators, and she's just incredible. I heard all the students and parents say how much they want this program to continue, and we want that too. The town has authorized us to use $36,000 next year to fund. So this money comes out of the ARPA funding awarded to Amherst Recreation for Outreach. The town manager and town hall staff have approved that. We can fund 2 staff people out of the, 5 that they have, as well as provide $20,000 for transportation. We know that there needs to be more transportation so that there's more access to the program. But this is like one of the joys of, my week when I usually Wednesdays go up and, see the kids. If you ever get a chance to come by, like a Monday or Thursday high school gym, Tuesday, Wednesday middle school gym, it is like one of the greatest ways to start your day. So, and it wouldn't happen without the police, Amherst College, UMass Athletics, Seha, Maria, Bill. Like, this is such a community effort, and we should all feel really excited that we could come together to make something so impactful happen.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I promise we're going to be out of here in 3 minutes. Well, just because I had a parent who just came who got here, went over to middle school, but I wanted him to have a say, so I'll give him a minute, Mr. Lincoln, and then I'm going to bring our community partner on for 1 minute, and then Marta's going to come and wrap it up. So, Mr. Lincoln.
Good evening. Sorry I'm late. Thought this was at the middle school, so. But anyways, I wanted to come over to lend my voice to this program. Three things. One thing that this program I think has done, you know, from my perspective as a parent, is help with discipline. You know, having kids get up in the morning, you know, hey, you know you have to go to bed at a certain time because you have to get up early and get moving, right? So I think that discipline is an important part that maybe is lacking, you know, in our day, right? And I think this definitely builds that. And two is I would say, you know, it's a positive interaction, at least from my perspective as a minority. And my son being able to work with police officers and in a positive atmosphere, you know, I think that's tremendous, and I think that helps shape his perspective of law enforcement, and you know, see law enforcement from a positive perspective. And lastly, I would say, you know, the passion. This is feeding a passion in these children, teenagers. My son would probably calling him a child, but you know, this teenagers, they're passionate about this, and I think anything that we can do to foster their passion and allow them to, because this gives them a reason to come to school and say, hey, I want to go to school. I want to have a great day. So I think that is something that we want to encourage. So thank you very much for all that you do, and to everyone that helps make this program happen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bogdan Prokopov, I teach at, I'm faculty at School of Management at UMass Amherst, and I volunteer as to coach basketball. And when a kid, so my observation on the morning when I come is that all the kids want to be there, and some kids really enjoy socializing in the weightlifting room. Some kids enjoy socializing in the safe space, playing basketball, right? And then some kids actually enjoy learning a skill or two in basketball. I'm happy, and that's when I step in. Again, the program's wonderful. I am a father of two elementary school kids, and I can't wait for the kids to join the program once they get older. And when they get to that age, I hope the program's there. I hope it's scaled up. And as a resident of Amherst, programs like this makes me want to live in Amherst and makes me want to send my school to the public school. So, yes. So again, thank you for support, and thank you for the wonderful team too.
Thank you so much.
So that is the presentation. I just want to say, just to end, because these are, you know, our students, my students. So our theme for morning movement, they know I always talk is two things, right? I try to remind them: be and do, right? Be where you need to be, do what you need to do. I said, there's so many of you, I don't know everywhere you got to be, but you do. I don't know everything you got to do, but you do. So do it and be there. So I'm glad that you were here. I'm glad you did what you needed to do, and thank you.
So I hope, I mean, this is who we are in this community, right? This is who we want to be. This is who we are. And this is who we are, committed to our children and our young people. And you've seen all of the partners. You've seen the commitment, the passion. And you heard from the kids, from the parents. So we're really proud. I know that we went over, but I thought it was really worth it. And if you have any quick questions or whatever, if you want, we're here.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you so much for
Thank
coming.
you for coming, for all of them. Thank you.
News. Oh no. Well, that's certainly going to be hard to follow. All right.
Yes.
chair's update. I don't even know what could possibly follow that. Are there any school committee announcements? Jennifer?
Thanks for your time, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. It was awesome. Thank you.
So we began our first superintendent finalist visit today. Dr. Susan Gilson was in the district. She went to all the buildings, and then there were two virtual sessions this evening, one for the community, one for staff. Tomorrow at 6:30 in the high school cafeteria, there will be an in-person community forum. So any member of the public and any staff is welcome to attend that. And then at 7:30 tomorrow, here in the high school library, there will be a public interview with Dr. Susan Gilson. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other school committee announcements? No. Deb?
So thanks to the generous donations of the UMass Astronomy Department, all our students received solar glasses so they could view things safely. So wanted to shout out both to the kids who are excited about the eclipse as well as UMass for their thoughtfulness and generosity.
Thank you very much. I know the children who live in my house were very excited with the glasses, plus everybody else who came to use them with the kids. Any other school committee announcements? No. Okay. Next up is approval of minutes. We have minutes from March 26th, I believe.
I move to approve the minutes from March 26th.
Second.
Any discussion? Are there any edits? Tillman?
On the last page, when I arrived late, it was because of the Leverett town budget hearing. Not the finance committee, they were part of it, but since I was late, I want to make sure it was correctly noted why I was late.
Perfect, thank you. Any other edits? All right. All in favor of approving the 326 minutes as edited? All right, 9-0. Look at us, we just have to raise our hands. This is so fast and easy. Fantastic. All right. Do we have a warrant report?
I'm sure I do, yes. Sorry, hold on. I wasn't paying attention. They're loading.
Sure.
There's not that many, so that's good. I, William Scher, authorized by my signature to the high school student activities transfer in the amount of $16,516.13 for high school transfer dated 3/28/24. I, William Scher, authorized by my signature to the amount of $815,711.04 dated 4/3/24. Payroll, sorry. It was not in the, it wasn't in the, anyway, for payroll, I apologize. Sometimes they're a little jumbled. On 4/3/24, I, William Scher, authorized by my signature in payables in the amount of $673,426.68. It includes general fund expenses of $666,452.96, revolving fund expenses of $6,973.72, and that's all. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Next up is gifts, which we do have a gift tonight.
Vote to
We need-
accept?
We need a motion.
I move that we accept a gift of $104,840 from the Amherst Hurricanes Athletic Boosters to support repair and improvements of the high school track and field.
Second.
All right. All in favor of accepting the gift? Excellent. So, yep.
Can we thank the boosters and the donors who contributed to this?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the boosters. They put tons and tons of work into this, and all of the families and individuals and companies and all sorts of very generous folks that donated a very generous sum to help us with our track project. All right.
Is the letter part of the public comment, or will it be entered? I was just curious.
It is attached to the agenda.
Oh, yeah, that's true, it's there.
So it is there. All right, public comment. Do you have one? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Or good evening, Dream Team. Lamika McGee. I live in Belchertown. I'm the Dean of Students at the middle school, and I will say I'm very, very proud of my students, and the morning movement absolutely has made a huge difference. They are some energetic kids, I tell you. Them burning off some of that energy in the morning is great. So I just wanted to make a comment. We are at a critical point in Amherst. I sit on DESE's Racial Imbalance Advisory Council. We're able to look at demographic data from all over the state and determine whether schools are intensely segregated with white students, segregated with white students, intensely segregated with non-white students, segregated with non-white students, or racially diverse. And guess what? Amherst Regional Schools are racially diverse. We are a school system with nearly a 50% balance of white and non-white students. And our white and non-white students are also tremendously diverse. This diversity is why I love working in our school district. I'm proud to work here, even in the midst of this storm. All of this diversity creates constant tension. Time will tell how we manage the conflicts. Will the school system decline, as is the case in many communities, with white flight and the devaluation, defunding of our schools, or will we move forward together? Which direction will we take in this extremely liberal town? Are we going to fight for our schools? Are we going to prove to the world that diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging are the right tools for dismantling white supremacy? By the way, where's the line item for DEI in the budget? Where's the line item for an experienced HR director who can move lockstep with the new superintendent to hire and retain the best diverse staff? Do we recognize that this work means being uncomfortable? Are we ready to brave this storm? I say let us move forward, full speed ahead. If we can do this, the state and the country have a blueprint to dismantle white supremacy. And the first step is funding our schools. Put the money back in the budget. And then, yes, take the school committee and superintendent to task with managing the community's tax dollars efficiently. We need a 3-year plan and a 5-year plan that lines up with our strategic goals and are fiscally responsible. But let us not be irresponsible by assuming that in these times of high inflation, we can embrace the price hikes in electricity, supplies, equipment, capital expenses, but reject the idea that the price of educators will go up too. Let us work together. Yes, we are going to debate, have wildly different perspectives, and get hella mad sometimes. But let us move forward together. For white folks, that means that it may get a little uncomfortable for you when a black person takes leadership. It may get a little uncomfortable when the white dominant culture is not the order of the day. I assure you this is a good thing. Every human being deserves what they need for their light to shine. Is it so bad to put our marginalized students in the spotlight? Let us prove to the world that we will not turn our backs on our students, no matter their race, gender, sexual orientation, ethnicity, or religious beliefs. Thank you. Together.
Thanks, Mika.
Big fan.
All right. We have one. See how this goes.
Lynn, and I'm leaving this message on behalf of the ad hoc LGBTQIA+ caucus of Amherst. We've met to discuss some concerns we have about the proposed bullying prevention and intervention plan. Some of the changes seem to reflect more protection for the district than for LGBTQIA+ and other marginalized students. We would like to submit the following observations, questions, and requests. 1. Having one person make a decision about whether or not to even conduct an investigation of bullying complaints is problematic in any system and glaringly problematic in a system where there's so little public trust in the administration. We would like to know how that determination is to be made in the absence of a full investigation. We ask that a minimum of 3 people be appointed to make the determination together instead of one, and that one of those people is a representative of the LGBTQIA+ community. Will you commit to that change as an effort toward restoring public trust? 2. The definition of bullying requires that there is a repetitive nature to the behavior. We want to see this interpreted and applied in a way that recognizes the experience of the target and not just the bully. If a bully threatens to harm an LGBTQIA+ student, that student experiences the threat in a repetitive way throughout all of their time at school. They're always aware of the threat and trying to avoid harm. They may avoid bathrooms, skip lunch, be afraid to ride the bus home from school. The trauma is repetitive even after one threat. The definition should reflect the impact of the harm, not just the number of times it occurs out loud. Will you commit to putting language in the bullying prevention and intervention plan that acknowledges this? 3. Given the way bullying law is defined, there will be circumstances in which real harm occurs that still does not rise to the definition of bullying. The proposed plan does not indicate what happens when if a complaint is determined not to be bullying but still requires follow-through. We ask that you implement a clear system for complaints, including a timeline for when families can expect answers and an accessible plan for appeals. In the absence of these measures, we feel that this plan protects the district over the well-being of the students and continues to undermine public trust. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so on to our second item of new and continuing business is.
Is this play the written one? I didn't.
No,
So
we don't do that.
We don't do this. No?
Yep,
Okay, sorry.
with our updated policy that has been freshly approved. It is attached to the agenda.
Sorry, I have a question about public comment. So in the instructions, in the public comments agenda item and the instructions, first the date has been yellow for a few meetings, and I think that date is supposed to just be the date of the meeting. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like in the instructions for public comment, it says submitted by 3 p.m. on MMDDYY.
Okay.
Maybe we could just change that to 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting. So we don't have to update I think the date's supposed to be updated every time it's copy pasted, but that hasn't been happening. The other thing is, this is a question that I feel like I've had for a while. If you want to submit public comment by text, I don't think you send a text to that 362 number. I don't think that 362 number can receive text, can it? Or it does?
We tested it, I think it does work.
So, and then who receives, do the chairs receive texts that are sent to, okay, thank you.
I do have a comment on the phone number, real quick, if you don't mind.
Yep.
The phone number, when you search ARPS, Google, like ARPS public comment, it comes up with Allison McDonald's phone number.
An old phone number?
On the website, it
Oh.
comes up with her phone number, which I
Okay.
did notice we got an email from her
Right.
about, so that's where that phone number's coming from.
Okay.
And then when you call this number, I did ask Debbie to do this, look into this, but when you call this number, it's just like, beep, like, it is really, there's no like, thanks for calling the school committee and leave your public comment. Like, there should be some kind of like Like, someone called me and they were like, is that the number? Because it doesn't say anything, so.
I think she was working on that today,
Oh, yeah, I
actually.
think she was, but-
So hopefully if someone called right now, we were testing that actually this afternoon. So I don't know if she got to it before she left to then record minutes for the meeting, but if not, it'll be in the next day or so. We'll get it sorted.
Thank you.
But thank you for letting us know.
I will say that when I have received text messages as public comment, I add them in the written comment. So we have gotten them and they are in there. All right. Okay. Back to our Student Opportunity Act plan.
Good evening, everyone.
Mary.
I'm going to try to give you the speed dial version of this discussion. So I'm Mary Kiley. I'm the curriculum administrator for the districts, and I'm here to talk to you about the Student Opportunity Act. It was passed in 2019, and it requires all districts to make specific plans to deal with disparities in achievement and attendance among students in the district. It was passed as a piece of legislation to give specific districts a lot more funding. The districts that were deemed to have the neediest students got a lot more money. Most districts did not. None of our 3 districts get any additional funding through the Student Opportunity Act. However, even if you don't receive additional funding, you're still required to come up with a plan over 3 years to address, as I said, these disparities in achievement and attendance. So we're in year 1. This is our first year of the 3-year cycle. So we've developed a new plan, and we have to have a plan for each district. And there'll be annual updates after this for the next 2 years. And as part of this, we're required to get school committee approval for each of these plans. So that's something you can do tonight or on another occasion, depending on what you decide. We're also required to seek and get input from stakeholders. So CPAC has been involved, MPAC, and we've sent the plans to families and also to staff to see if they have any input on these plans. Okay, so what happens when you go to set up an SOA plan, DESE sends you something called a district heat map. And just as it sounds like, it identifies the areas of greatest concern in your district involving achievement and attendance. And for us, that involves, for the region, that really involves 5 subgroups. One is our English learners, students with disabilities, students from families with low income, students who are African American or Black, and students who are Hispanic or Latinx. And in the case of those students, of course, many of those students are in multiple groups. But in the case of those students, we do see significant disparities in both achievement and attendance. And of course, they're linked. So they report on chronic absenteeism, and chronic absenteeism is defined as missing 10% or more of school days in a year. So that's like 18 days. And when you look at the region for those groups that I mentioned, all of those 5 groups have chronic absentee rates between 40 and 45%. So almost half of the students in those subgroups are chronically absent, missing at least 18 days a year. The overall rate for the region is about 28% for 2023. For the middle school, it was 21%, the high school, like 26%. Sorry, the other way. It's 26% for the whole region, 28% for the high school, and 21% for the middle school. Still very high rates of chronic absenteeism. And so the goal of this plan is to come up with evidence-based programs to address some of these concerns. And in our case, of course, they don't provide us with any extra funding. but we do still have to come up with the plan. So you know, we could talk all night about the causes of chronic absenteeism, but I think I'll just give you a little preview of what we're going to try to do over the next few years, and then we can have some further discussions about that. We have 4. DESE gives you a menu of options, and then you select some. So we have 4. Interestingly, morning movement and mentoring. One of the categories is integrated services for student well-being, and that's like a textbook example of that. I think that's exactly what the state was hoping districts would come up with, programs like that integrate work on attendance and academic tutoring and movement and relationship building. And so that's certainly one of the programs that we're saying that we're investing in as a district and hoping to continue and possibly to even expand. Also in that area of integrated services are just supports for tracking attendance and meeting with students and families whose attendance is lagging. It's not a very glamorous thing to do, but both the middle school and the high school are working hard on their systems. And to let families and kids know when they reach a certain number of absences, and then to come up with a plan. And actually, the research shows that oftentimes families of students who are missing large numbers of days don't even realize that their students, especially at a certain age, you can understand why. Maybe they don't even realize that their students have that many absences. And some families have said in the literature about this, they're not that concerned about. And so I think there's a parent education piece that really needs to go on, because they're just profound connections between chronic absenteeism and achievement. For example, in statewide for the grade 10 MCAS, students who are chronically absent, fewer than 1/4 of them passed the math MCAS, the 10th grade MCAS last year, which of course is a graduation requirement, and just over 1/3 of them passed the ELA MCAS. And also, not surprisingly, there are links with dropping out. So even as early as 6th grade, students who are chronically absent, that's a really well-documented red flag. For those students are at much higher risk of not completing high school. So it's definitely something that we're very concerned about and need to be concerned about. So the second area was enhanced support for social emotional learning and mental health. And these are all detailed at much greater length in your document. You all have a copy of this. I don't find it very user-friendly, but it's a document that we submit to the state. And as part of that, the enhanced support for SEL and mental health, part of that was being able to hire and to continue to have on staff an administrator for student mental health and behavioral supports. And that person, as you know, is able to coordinate across schools and also serve as a resource for families. We also definitely plan to continue with our trainings, our staff trainings. In recent years, many of them have been about DEI. Most recently, as you know, we had staff trainings at the beginning of the school year, and then in November on LGBTQIA related issues. And CPAC has approached us about working on neurodiversity. So I think at some point that will be another one. And just, again, increasing people's knowledge base as they work with students. And a third one is comprehensive tiered supports. And those are detailed in the report. I'm not going to go into them, but this is something the district is working hard on to provide a base level of support for all students and then to increase the supports for those who need it. For example, at the high school, all students get a series of kind of lectures, classes, presentations in the first year on things like managing stress and how to plan and how to work with your teachers and all of that. And then students who seem to need more than that get referred for either for group work or for counseling, and then students who need even more might get referred to a child study team. But it's, starting at a lower level and then building up depending on what students need. And there are many, many other examples of that, just in terms of the tier 2 supports we provide both academically and socially at the high school and the middle school, and those are detailed in the report. And the final one is high-quality secondary pathways, and I know you're all aware of the Innovation Pathways program in advanced manufacturing that we have at the high school. And right now that involves about 30 students, and we're hoping to expand, have additional innovation pathways let's see, what was it? It was life sciences, clean energy, and environment. So there's many other wonderful topics, and also hoping to expand the number of students that reaches and to make it more representative of the school community as a whole, because right now it really is not. The membership in the program is really not representative of the student population as a whole. And there's some issues that would have to be worked out for sure. Things like transportation, there is an internship involved. In some cases, there are language barriers. There are things like some students have to work, and these internships are unpaid. Those kinds of issues. There are some roadblocks that we need to give some attention to. Are there any questions now? I'd be happy to, yeah.
Sarah?
Thank you, Mary. It's interesting. So I have a bunch of questions, but first of all, is this the first 3-year plan, or although it only, or the second 3-year plan?
It is the second one, but because of COVID, I think most districts plan just really didn't,
happen.
Right.
So
and
so
they
there
also
isn't
weren't as
any-
detailed because I think people weren't really sure of what the state was expecting and so on. Mhm.
So we can't look back to the first plan and the updates or any kind of, like, how did it go? How many of those goals were met? And,
We definitely can look back. It's not very specific, I would say.
and can you say what kind of, does DESE provide any feedback, or they just want to know that we submitted the plan? Like, are they going to check our heat map in 3 years?
Oh,
and
no,
say,
they definitely
"Good
do. I mean,
job,"
there's a
or-
district accountability.
Uh-huh.
Right, there definitely is district accountability to the state. So, no, they're very concerned about it. I think they don't have, if they're not giving you money, it's not an unfunded mandate, but it's pretty close.
I have some more. Can I ask another, or
How
should I
about-
wait?
I think there's other questions. But
Okay, I'll wait.
we'll come back. I think Tillman and then Jennifer.
Thanks. So this is really exciting, and I'm going to ask a budget question, but I want to make it clear that I think this is all great and we should all do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to ask about the unfunded mandate piece, because I think we're trying to explain to the towns why we need to spend more money. And so are there any things in that have increased the cost to the school over last year, over 4 years ago, that we can give as an example to our towns why overall education has become more expensive? Because we have situations like this where the state tells us that we have to do certain things, and that's just something that you can't do for free.
I'm going to defer to my boss, the former budget director.
Yeah, I think it's a little tricky because, there's a fair amount of this. I mean, we've worked on and been concerned with things like attendance for a long time. So there's some aspects of this that we'd be doing as part of a district improvement plan or any other sort of planning we do. So we as a district are heading in these directions anyway. But I think the sort of time and effort to sort of put a specific plan together to then track that and report on that is where we spend some resources that they're not supporting us with, because we're taking what they do give us and put that toward the actual programs. And so that's one of the difficulties. But it's sort of when you look at the work that the central administration has to do, and at the building level as well as at the central office level, these are the kinds of things that are on the list of stuff we've got to do. So if you're wondering what administrators are up to, they're this is some of the work, and it's helpful because it helps frame the trajectory of some aspects of the work. I think that we've wanted to and pursued grant funding around like the innovation pathways. There's been some funding supports there through grants that we've been able to start that programming and build it. I think it's how do we sustain this over time where, you know, those grants won't always be available, and the state will either need to continue to commit to those kind of grants or provide funding to cities and towns to kind of keep doing those kind of things. So when you talk about offering more kinds of subject areas or growing the number of kids that are in those programs, yeah, that's limited by how many people we can afford to hire to teach those classes and that sort of thing. So it's in there, it's sort of indirect, I guess would be the short answer.
Thank you.
Jennifer?
I guess my question was the same, like, the state has told us, hey, Amherst, give us a plan for addressing these issues, but we're not gonna give you any money to do it. So is this documentation of things we would have done anyway? And I think you're saying, kind of, sort of, that maybe the documentation and the effort for the administrators is new, but like, we would have done this stuff anyway?
Well, it's not exactly how we probably would have done it if we were just on our own, you know, left to our own devices. How we might have done it, what we might focus on might be a little bit different. But I think it's one of those things where, you know, there's a compulsory aspect and a compliance aspect that we have, and then I think there's also, you know, opportunities to make it sort of our own. And so I think, you know, they are fairly prescriptive in some of this, and so that does frame it a little more, or constrain us a bit more. But I think, you know, there's not, you know, disagreement among educators about pursuing some of this sort of stuff. So I think it's okay that way. You know, it would obviously be to make real inroads in some of the disparities that they're, you know, sort of pointing out to us. More resources would be very welcome to help with that. I mean, obviously, we're going to operate in this direction. We're going to try to take whatever resources we can marshal, whether they be state funds or our own or whatever, to lean in this direction. Because I think, you know, independent of the state's, you know, requirements, we'd do it anyway. But since they're requiring it, it'd be nice to have them support us financially as well.
Thanks. Okay. Irv?
You know, it's always very difficult when you look at these numbers for the underserved groups. And you look at the outcomes, and they all match. The outcomes match that which you presented in terms of the numbers, in terms of absenteeism, chronic absenteeism. They all match it. And this is not, you know, sort of like unique to Amherst. It's unique across the state. It's not. It's across the state. And every year, this data comes out. We know it. We see it, etc. But the progress that is made doesn't match the kinds of efforts that supposedly are going into it. One of the things that that jumped out at me was that, all right, we know these numbers are there. It's been there for some time. And I see the Pathways program, which is a successful program, but the integration of these subgroups into those programs is not happening. And something needs to be done about that in terms of how you integrate those underserved groups, those kids who are chronic abstinent, into programs such as this. I know that they can happen, but the question is, what is it that prevents this from happening?
I think it's a profound question. I think the morning movement and mentoring, I think that was it really is a shining example of some creative thinking that addresses, I think, some of the root causes. You know, we heard people talking about transportation even. Do you know, even things like that feed into exactly what you're talking about. You know, there are so many root causes, I think, that come together, and with the morning movement and mentoring, I mean, there's the mentoring, there's the tutoring, there's the, you know, we heard so many things, helping kids form good executive functioning habits and all of those things. I don't think there's a simple answer to your question. I think it's, and I share your concern.
We know that chronic absenteeism leads to all kinds of issues in terms of learning, in terms of achievement. So when I look at that and say, well, what can be done, is being done, what could be proposed to make some kind of impact on the chronic absenteeism for these subgroups?
What we lay out here are some of the things that we have going on now. but I think it's going to be a multi-pronged effort over a long period of time. There aren't simple answers to it. I share your distress.
Bridget?
So I think I just wanted to comment really quickly on the budget piece as it relates to this. Just because as I was reading through, I see the restorative justice coordinator, the prep academy, guidance, therapists, many of the things that were on the table if we and had ended up with our Tuesday budget wouldn't be in this plan. And so it seems to me like if we went ahead of that, not only would be under the theory of, let's say, the action plan, action theory, or the theory of action that you're putting forward here, we wouldn't be working towards diminishing the disparities, but also we would be out of compliance, right, with what the state's asking us to do then in some way. At least that's the way I would understand it. So I'd be a little concerned to vote on it today till we have our budget stable to say, can we really do this or not, right? So that's the first thing that I thought about. The second thing is many of these programs are ongoing, right? You have like a multi-tiered student support, I'd imagine, for many years at the schools, right? Or maybe the sort of people grouping up instead of just sending home a scary legal letter, like grouping up and working, that seems like a real improvement to me, so I appreciate that. But I'm just wondering, like, if most of these programs are ongoing and these are the numbers we're having, how are we showing that these things are effective in diminishing the numbers, especially when the 10-year trends are going in the opposite direction while we have them? So they may be evidence-based practices nationally, but what data do we have locally to show that these things will be effective for the case? And the really final thing that I'm thinking about here is that out-of-school suspension rate and the way it looks across the disparities, like 1.3 overall versus 2.9 in our other groups. And I didn't notice, and maybe I didn't read closely enough, but where that is in this plan, those are things that I want to see before I vote for it.
Yeah, I think, as Doug was saying a few minutes ago, I mean, these are deep concerns for us, so these are things we'd be doing anyway, to be frank. Desi is saying you need to come up with a plan, but we, as educators, we want to reduce these disparities, so we're going to be working on those anyway. And what you were saying is true, that some of these are resources that might or might not be in place depending on what happens with the budget. I don't think Desi would say, I don't think we'd be out of compliance. We'd have to say in our update, we don't have that funding if that were to come to pass. And I think the out-of-school suspensions, this wasn't meant to be sort of an all-in plan, but just an attempt to say, what are we doing? We are very concerned ourselves about these disparities, and these are some of the things that we're doing now, and we expect to be able to commit to over the next 3 years, most of them anyway, to help address these. But you're right, there are so many pieces to this and so many prongs,
And then, do we have data that shows the things you're suggesting here that we've already been doing is having positive outcomes?
Well, the morning movement and mentoring, that's in our plan. That definitely, they've started collecting data that's showing improvements in attendance and so on. And I mean, we have data of different kinds. We haven't really, it wasn't outlined in quite the same way 3 years ago, but I mean, we have data on the effectiveness of Tier 2 interventions and so on. So we have different pieces of data. I think with this more robust plan, the last one, frankly, was very, very general. And then COVID intervened, and so it's not really a comparable document, I would say. But yes, I agree with you about the importance of collecting data over time, having longitudinal data and saying, is this working? Is this the right way to go?
I just offer a little other piece to that. I think there are a number of things that we've done over time that have had, and I think part of it's we haven't measured outcomes quite the way they're expecting us to now. So that's one piece of it. So it's hard to know in the way in which it's being viewed at this point. I do think, though, that there have been things. When I first started working for the district, we started looking into the question of attendance more at a period level, basis as opposed to daily attendance kind of thing, but the daily attendance as well. And I think that it's one of those things this refocuses our attention on it. I think the other thing is the pandemic definitely made a fundamental shift in how people interact. And so, getting back to sort of fidelity to the things we've done and being in circumstances where it's more similar to what it was before the pandemic is both helpful. But I think that is one of the key steps. One of the questions you're asking is a key piece of years 2 and years 3 is, we did this with a certain level of effort. Did we get something for that? Is the critical question. And I think that's where we try to modify and adjust what we do. I will also say with regard to things like attendance, it is very case specific. So within a given household, why one student might, or the other student, if you have 2 kids, be attending or not attending can be very, very different. So that's one of the other conundrums I think that everybody's grappling with, both, locally here with us, but also statewide, nationwide, is, are there things we can do that sort of shift the paradigm in a real way or not? And I think people are really grappling with how do we approach this and how is it different post-pandemic versus before? What are the strategies that are effective now? And I think that's what people are trying to work through. And I think we'll know a lot more a year from now than we know now in some respects, and whether certain things we've done or are doing are working. We'll also hopefully have some information statewide, because I think, the state as a whole has taken attendance as a real question of concern. So I think hopefully there'll be some places that have some strategies that are also helpful and effective.
Devin and Sarah.
Okay, I have a couple, but some of them are quick. So I struggle with data when sometimes it's numbers of students and sometimes it's percentages. So, we know how many students morning movement serves, we know how many students the innovations pathway serves, but then some of these absentee numbers are in terms of percentages. So it's
Correct.
kind of hard for me to understand how those two fit together. When I don't know how comprehensive the program is with regards to those individuals.
So I understand you're saying, so as a percentage of the total regional census?
Well, no, I was going the other way. I was saying, how many students are chronically absent instead of what percentage?
Right, no, I understand, but I mean, it's the total regional population, I mean, it's about, 1,300 or 13 something? Yeah, we have, what would it be? Do you know the exact numbers, Doug? I haven't looked at them lately. So the high school is about 900? Yeah, 9.
Or something like that.
Yeah, exactly, and then the middle school is under 400 now. The middle school is under 200 in each class.
Yeah, so I think the sort of Chapter 70 foundation enrollment's like 1251 or something like that. That's not actually necessarily students in the building, but the high school, if you take 850 and 350, you're 1,200 as a round number.
Right, exactly.
If you multiply that by, what was it, 26%?
Okay, so I guess I misunderstood.
300 kids.
I thought the breakdown was of the chronically absent students. You're saying that breakdown is of the whole, the percentages that are.
No, those are of those subgroups.
Of that subgroup.
But what Doug just calculated was how many students, so he was coronically absent of the whole, of the regional group of students.
Right.
Right, and you said it was 300 or something?
312, 315, right in that range.
Okay, so that was one.
Yeah, but you're right, those were the subgroups.
Yeah, okay. 300 is N. The other one is, because we're still working on our budget, I'm afraid we will benefit from having a plan for the Tuesday budget. It's hard. So the budgeting cuts that we were looking at that we didn't vote, as Bridget mentioned, would really impact this plan, and we're still in the process of discussing with the towns why we voted for our budget. And it would be helpful to know what our plan would look like in the absence of the budget that we voted. So I know that's a request, it's not, but that would be beneficial. And then the last part is just a more probably impossible to answer question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. There's sort of a chicken and egg issue going on with absenteeism and academic success, and it certainly doesn't help students who are struggling academically to continue to be absent. But is it, is it students, some subset of students who are struggling academically or not finding fulfillment and benefit of attending school that become absent? So,
Absolutely.
so bringing them in and decreasing, obviously, encouraging them to come to school is half of the problem, and obviously the other half is things like the groups and the morning movement and the programming, and it's hard for me to figure out which parts of the plan are addressing. I mean, I see the two parts of it, but I see a lot of focus on absenteeism, and I don't see the other parts fleshed out as much. I'm sure they are, but I don't quite see that in this document.
Yeah, I mean, as Doug was saying, there is no one. There are so many reasons for, and they're very interwoven.
Right.
So many reasons why kids are absent, and you're right. The interplay between attendance and achievement is different in almost in every situation. Yeah.
Right. So then the last part of that, and I'll be really quick. The last part of that would be then if we were to continue, if we were to go ahead with some degree of increased budget cuts. What of those? I guess I said that. Never mind.
Yeah. No, we can do a revised. It will just be. It's not going to be substantially because we don't really know. I mean, they're pieces, right, that would disappear from the numbers. We would still try to do most of the things that we're trying to do, honestly. Okay. And the other part I think of this is not a district improvement plan. So it doesn't address all of the elements that you're, very sensibly bringing up about these intertwinings of achievement and attendance. And I think it could become part of a district improvement plan, which really needs to be done. But I think that will be done under the new leadership.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah?
So 2 things. I may have missed it because I didn't have a lot of time to look at this. What I would find helpful, and I would think you all would find helpful as you evaluate the progress, is to think about what are you going to measure? What data are you going to be collecting as you go through these to help you know what impact each piece has? And it may be hard to disentangle all the roles of different programs, but how are you going to know if you succeed? And the question is about absenteeism. I hope I misunderstood. Did you say? I thought I heard you say that schools don't reach out to families until students have hit that chronic number of absences. I would hope that every time a student is absent, somebody gets on the phone and find out what's happened to the kid and why they're not in school.
No, they reach out long before that.
Okay.
Right. But there are systems in place for, at the high school, what happens, at the middle school, what happens, after 5 absences, this will happen, and so on. So there are careful systems. I think that during COVID, that was different, and I think those are really back in place now. And people are paying attention to them because you do need to intervene long before.
Right.
Right. No.
And can you make any general comment on, I don't know, some of the causes? Like, is it kids oversleep and they miss the bus and therefore they have no way of getting to school? Like, is that a significant reason? Or parents think their child has gone to school, but
I don't know that. I don't know whether, for every absence, I don't think that we have that kind of data. And I think with different students, there are different patterns, different explanations of why they would be absent, but I don't think for every single absence. I mean, the student gives a reason, but whether that's really the reason that child was absent, right?
I would be curious, though, to know how many times the parent is not aware that the student did not show up in school.
Yeah.
So a couple of things along those lines. Number one is that if a student's absent and it's unexcused, and we don't receive that phone call or a note, you know, if they're absent from their first period of class, there's a call that goes out immediately, and that's partly a safety question. It's like, you're not here, we have no expectation or information that would indicate you weren't coming, where are you? Now, for older kids, it's more often, did they decide to do something other than come to school? With younger kids, you're worried much more about other safety questions, but it's a safety question really for all kids. So we do have, you know, automated phone calls that go out, and, you know, people get annoyed because we don't always, you know, if we don't always get everything updated in a timely way, sometimes you get a call, and you know, when you were fully aware that your child made it or got there a few minutes late or whatever, and that's a piece of it. So so unexcused versus excused is a very critical threshold there. I think the other thing is that, you know, that we have these thresholds at both buildings where we're trying to engage with families at that point to have that conversation about how many and what kinds, and find those reasons. Because again, we don't, on a day-to-day basis, they're here, they're not. We have, you know, and the data we collect, like a parent calls in and says, oh, Johnny's sick today, they're not going to make it. We don't record that specific information. It's just an excused absence at that point because there's too many different reasons. And you know, and so I think that and we have tried under like the years and years and years and years ago to try to capture like illness information versus not. We weren't very successful. It's just too much detail to capture successfully, and so it didn't. The data was not clear. But that's part of the reason for having things like notifications go home. It's like, hey, this is starting to be a thing, and we're going to engage in a conversation with you and try to build that relationship with families to say, hey, we're noticing, did you know, and you know, is there something there that we can help with, or is there something we need to know about your student? Because sometimes people are, you know, chronically absent because they have a chronic illness that prevents the kid from coming, and so it's like, oh, that's a different scenario than they just didn't feel like it today, or we don't have that level of discipline and supports in the family to encourage the kids to come and building relationships and that sort of thing that we need to do. So, you know, we're trying to engage those conversations before it's at the chronic level to try to interrupt those processes if we can.
Right, and two things. One, when I mentioned families, some families saying they didn't know, that was actually in the literature. It wasn't in our school system. Right. When families of students who were chronically absent were surveyed, they're like, oh, no, I did. When you found out your child had been absent X times, were you aware? And the family's like, oh, no. Right, so that was one. And there are metrics in the plan. You'll see them to judge against.
Tillman?
So it sounds to me that we're generally okay with the plan. These are things that we want to do. It's not perfect because it doesn't show the data exactly how we want. There might be questions about the budget. But I foresee that we're going to have very full agendas coming up in our next meetings with all the things that we have to do, and I would not want to be in a situation where we, you know, have to come back with this with only minor edits. So I'm going to move that we approve the SOA plan as presented and permit suitable changes pending the budget approvals that we'll get, you know, for the FY25 budget.
Second.
Is there any? Yep. Anna?
Sorry, I had one additional question. I feel like you have said that this is out for comment and that multiple different organizations have been asked for feedback. And so I feel like if you take feedback from a bunch of different other groups and then edit this document, then we're approving a document that could change dramatically before it gets finalized. And so I'm a little hesitant about saying I approve this document and any edits that you choose to make to it. But I kind of want to see this document a little bit more finalized before we say, yes, this is a good document. But what I would say is it looks like a good start, and I think it looks like a good document. And if it doesn't change substantially, I don't think you'll have any problem in getting it passed. And if it does change substantially, but the changes that are moving in that direction, then I probably would be a fast approval. But I feel uncomfortable approving a document that's really drafty. But that's just my comment.
Jennifer Williams, sir.
I had had my hand raised before the motion. So I want to make a comment, but also I agree with Anna. Like, I think that an email went out to families to give input on this plan. So if you I assume you want input from families, and so this might change based on that input. So maybe it is premature to vote to approve it. But I wanted to say something about parents and caregivers and absenteeism, which is, this might sound silly, but I don't think it's necessarily obvious to parents why missing school is a bad thing. You would think it would be obvious, but Mary, you said tonight that chronic absenteeism is associated with lower percentage passing the MCAS, which is a requirement for graduation, and then higher risk of dropping out. Like, those are two big things that I don't think parents necessarily know that's associated with chronic absenteeism. Also, like, saying chronic absenteeism is missing 10% of school days, that sounds like a lot. But 18 days, I don't know, kind of doesn't sound like a lot. Like, are there 18 times in a year that my kid in the morning wants to refuse to go to school? Probably. And when a student is exhibiting school refusal, it's really hard for parents to, like, make them go to school. I mean, that's parents' jobs, but it's like a really hard thing to deal with. And on any given day, a parent might say, okay, fine, don't go to school. Like, it's just one day. But they don't necessarily realize that those days are adding up. And they don't necessarily realize that, you know, for certain kids, you know, if they're missing a lot of days, every single day counts on the way up to that 18. So I think it's important to notify parents that their student is missing a lot of days, but also consistent, repeated messaging about why missing those days matters. And the impact to your student, and like every day that your student says, I don't want to go to school today, you have like the reasons why you want to push them to do it, because you don't want them to drop out, you don't want them to, you know, you want them to pass, et cetera. So just like repeated messaging to families about the why behind missing school being a problem. If you're not, maybe I'm sure you're already doing that, but just, I don't necessarily see that in the plan, so I just wanted to mention that.
I think we could do more.
Doug?
Just one other thing I'll talk about with regard to school refusal. I think that's where I think one of the messaging things that we could do and is that we as a district want to partner with parents around that issue, because it is indicative of a whole host of potential things that may need attention. So, you know, sometimes it's because a kid might be a little stubborn about, I'm not feeling it today. You know, I'm sure everybody feels that a little bit about work and everything else. You know, that's one thing. But if it becomes regular, and 10% is a pretty big thing. We only go to school 180 days. So 10% is a pretty significant amount of work to miss or school to miss. You know, so I don't think it's an unreasonable expectation of attendance. I think the thing we want to do as a district is have those conversations before it gets to that and say, are you facing school refusal? What are the things that are coming up for your child? Because there's a whole host of things. And it could be a manifestation of things that we need to deal with and can be partners with. So we want to engage with families in that regard too, because, you know, there are many, many reasons. You know, it could be, you know, some kids are particularly anxious. Some kids are experiencing something at school that they're not telling you about that we may have some inkling about, or vice versa. And we need to discover what that is that's causing that refusal. So I think there's a whole host of things. And it's also on us as a school community to create a place that you want to go. And that's a piece too, is that you know, and that's part of what we heard tonight from the morning mentoring, is that, you know, that sense of belonging and community is an important, you know, motivator for those kids to go and do that program. But then they're building those friendships that they spend the day engaging with. So there's a whole host of things I think about that. So we do want to be partners in that process.
William?
I can pass. It's fine.
Sarah?
Two things. One, I also don't want to approve a document that's just gone out to the whole community for review. However, I don't think we need to have a half-hour discussion about it when it returns. And I don't even think that Mary needs to come back. We'll just read it. It'll be even better. So I hope it wouldn't take too long. But about the waiting for the budget, Doug, I think I heard you say a few weeks ago that these plans are due by the end of April. Is that true? Or there's a due date that is going to be before possibly all these budget issues are resolved?
The due date was April 1st.
Okay.
The state, and we knew we were going to make it.
All right.
You know, and that's the
Well,
other
we're
thing.
not going to lose any money, so.
No, not yet. But they did suggest to us, you know, understanding that, you know, how often school committees meet, for example, smaller school districts meet once a month, you know, that kind of thing, whether you have opportunity to kind of even put it together. Because it takes a bit to do this. I mean, you know, I will say that Mary spent a fair amount of her time, you know, over the last couple of months in digging into this and trying to write something with real, you know, authenticity. And I'm hopeful it's of high value to us, not only this, you know, for the compliance aspect, but for other purposes. And I think, to your point, I think it'll be a nice lead into building a district improvement plan. But yeah, the state reached out on Wednesday and said, hey, we noticed you didn't submit your thing. So what they asked us to do was submit what you had. We're fortunately in a place where we have them developed. It's now a matter of getting that feedback and then approval votes from you guys. And then subsequently, you know, sort of tag in the approval date from the school committees when you guys get an opportunity. So I think we're sitting in an okay place relative to sort of compliance. But yeah, you know, they'd love for us to, you know, sort of put a bow on it sooner than later, but at the same time, they also recognize the process that needs to go through, so.
Thank you.
Any other further discussion? All right, so we have a motion on the table to vote on to approve as presented with permissible suitable changes.
Because of the budget, just to be clear, the changes were related to budget.
Related to budget. Jennifer?
Can I move to table the motion?
I think so, yes. Let me take 2 seconds and consult. I think yes, though. Okay, so.
I move to table the motion to our next meeting.
Second.
Is that you?
Yeah.
All right, so.
Point of order, should we say to our next regular school committee meeting?
Well,
Yes. Not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, oh my gosh.
Regular.
Surprise.
Very important word right there. Deb?
When do you anticipate getting the feedback from the families?
We haven't had any yet.
Okay. And when did you ask?
Or from the organizations, really. So we haven't had any feedback.
Did you
so
give
far.
it out today?
No, it's only, for the region, it went out recently, but we sent out for, you know, for example, for Pelham, a week and a half ago, we haven't heard back from any staff members or, honestly, I would be surprised if we got a lot of feedback.
Okay.
It's a little bit of an off-putting document for one thing. It's not really in a very user-friendly form.
Okay.
But maybe we'll be surprised.
Okay. William?
I was going to say, is there a deadline for feedback?
No.
It's open-ended? Okay.
Yeah. You know, I sort of sympathize with people opening it going, whoa. It's not it really isn't in a very user-friendly form, I don't think. There's a lot of, it's pretty dense.
Okay, so
Can it make?
So we have our motion on the table to table the motion. So unless our discussion is about tabling the motion, I think we have to vote on tabling the motion. Seem fair? All right. Oh, we're here. All right. All in favor of tabling the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. Up, down, up.
I'm up.
Okay. 3, 6. 7. All those opposed to tabling the motion? 2. So the motion, it is tabled into our next regularly scheduled meeting. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Question, can we agree that Mary doesn't have to appear in person for the next time?
Absolutely.
Or,
I mean, I think that's fine, unless there's giant changes. I think, yeah, that works for me. Okay. Next up is our IMP, oh my gosh, IEP improvement plan project.
So thank you. I know it's late, and I'm not going to go into tremendous amount of detail about this, but we're trying to get around to all the school committees, all the personnel, families, to share information about the IEP improvement project. So who's somebody?
I'm the slide guy.
You're
So
the slide
just let me,
person, okay.
let me know when you're ready for the next
Okay,
one. So I
this is
assume that's
good.
now.
So in this slide, I call it a workshop. This is not really a workshop. This is a drive-by informational session to share with you what DESE has been working on for a number of years at this point, which is now in final form, and we are going to start using next year. So giving you a little bit of information about it, and we can certainly update this next year when we are actually using the new IEP to tell you if it achieves what we hope it will achieve. So you can go on. So the goal of this IEP improvement project was a variety of things, one of which was to update what is a really antiquated IEP that we have. In Massachusetts, our current IEP was developed in 2001. So most things that are still in use since 2001 need to be updated. This is one of those. I've been in Massachusetts 12 years. I remember when I went to my first special ed directors meeting in 2012, they said, oh, we're working on a new IEP. So I think it's come and gone a little bit in terms of the focus, but it is here now. The goal of the project was to get a lot of stakeholder input, which they have done, and to really improve the whole process of the IEP process to make it more meaningful for students and the outcome. So, okay. So the state came up with 5 principles that they wanted to focus on for this new IEP. I'm going to start on principle number 5, if it's okay. I didn't put these in order myself. And I think we had an opportunity tonight, so I was just really, it just felt like, how did we wind up on the agenda at the same time? But the 5th principle is family engagement matters, and welcoming parent and student voice. The IEP process can be something that doesn't always feel very welcoming for families. And I think how they created this process and the requirements of the steps was really with parent and student voice being considered. And, I think I was really felt incredibly grateful tonight to hear from parents and students about the morning mentoring program and just what it means to us to hear directly from parents and students. So that I think when we go through some of the forms, you'll see this. And for the rest, I'll just go through the principles as they're outlaid. The first principle is to take a strength-based approach. That's a little tricky sometimes when the law is really about disabilities and that's not focusing on strengths. However, what we know about all of us as people, that we have strengths and we have challenges, and some of the challenges that we have, and certainly if they're disabilities, they may be with us throughout our life. And the way we will overcome them is that we use our strengths to compensate for those challenges. So this IEP is really helping us to look at disabilities and what we need to do for our students with disabilities from that lens. I was meeting with a group of general education teachers today to go over this, and it just felt really good to say, the first principle is to make sure everybody is aware that all of our students are general education students first and foremost. The second principle is having gen ed and special ed work closely together and to integrate those systems to not make them two separate systems, to ensure a continuous cycle of improvement. This new IEP process is going to create both technical and adaptive changes. The technical changes are going to be challenging and bumpy. It's vastly different, but the adaptive changes will hopefully feed off of each other as we see how it's making more meaningful change for everybody. And the fourth principle is to have everything be data-driven and assessment being the key, not necessarily formal assessments, but just the routine assessments that teachers do every day. Okay. The theory of action that Desi wants us all to keep in mind is that students with disabilities need to have meaningful access to the curriculum frameworks, and as we do that, and include our students with disabilities, that we are looking to close or at least make a marked difference in both the opportunity and achievement gaps. I think one of the things that some of you may know, but if not, I'd like to highlight, we monitor our data about achievement gaps. Those are still there. They wax and wane in terms of how we're doing. I think the opportunity gaps, I think Amherst, our district, has done an incredible job really helping to provide greater opportunities for some of our students with more significant disabilities. It wasn't too long ago that our students who are not eligible to achieve a high school diploma and are here with us till age 22 spent most of their time in our high school in classes trying to do meaningful things. But if you could imagine being a student with a disability and watching all your same age peers graduate, you might be able to walk across the stage, but then you're coming back to school for the next 4 years and being in that classroom. That's not really doing anything to change the opportunities for those students. And I will say now, with our 18 to 22-year-old program, our students who are here with us for their special ed entitlement until they're 22, I don't know if I want to say all, but most all of them spend all of their time out in the community, either in internships, in work settings, at higher education settings, so that, and they're earning money very often in those settings too. So by the time they turn 22, the only thing that's different, their parents may know things are different because they have all sorts of legal things to go through, but the only thing that's different for that student who's now a young adult is that they have a birthday. What they're doing the next day that they turn 22 is no different. So I think it's important for you all to hear that this theory of action is actually being achieved to some degree already in Amherst. Steps along the way, we were not an early adopter for the new IEP. We talked to our colleagues here and people said in 2020 there was a lot going on. Let's not try a new IEP that's not finalized yet. Let's wait till Desi gets it further along the way. And so the new IEP was released last year in 2023, and so we will be implementing it next year. The rollout, this is just our steps that we took here. We spent a lot of time last year going to a lot of meetings to be trained and hear about the new IEP. This year we're engaging in tremendous amount of professional development with personnel. I don't know if this is professional development, but I count it as professional development. And then next year we will implement the new IEP. And the IEP will have a slow rollout over the year. So if a child is having their IEP now, their new IEP will not happen until a year from now. So we're not doing 600 new IEPs in the beginning of the year. It will be as their annual review or re-evals happen. Now we're going to go over some of the forms. The meeting invitation is not going to really be any different. It's just going to look a little different in the new format. We can go to the rest of the forms. This form, I think I'd like to highlight. I'm not going to spend time going through all these forms for you, but this one really highlights how the process is going to begin with parent and student voice. It talks about not just parent concerns, but really what the concerns are that this IEP for this next year need to address. And then student and team vision. I think the nice part, DESE has given us some like sentence starters or some things that they want us to focus on, and wanting us to really begin to get student voice as young as age 3. I used to be a preschool teacher years ago. I think we can engage our students early on. What that's going to look like when they're 13 or when they're 17 is hopefully going to change, but it really talks about engaging the child to say, what is it you want this year to be for you? What do you want to learn this year? What do you want to do this year? And that's going to be the beginning part of a whole IEP process. Okay. Some of this just is different formatting from what we're used to, and one of the things, the feedback we're getting already from our gen ed teachers that I'm talking with, is that this IEP looks like each page will be meaningful to them versus before they had to flip through pages and look and highlight things. But this page is really about the student profile. One of the things that the state has included this year, which wasn't included before, and we just had to always remind people to remember to talk about, is whether the student is an English language learner. And that really is important for teachers to know. And assistive technology is laid out in a very different way, so it will be considered in every IEP process. I don't know if anybody here has ever heard the acronym, the PLEP, PLEP A and PLEP B. But it's, I think if you say to people PLEP A and PLEP B, they know what you're talking about, but they don't even know necessarily what it all stands for. It's not the most productive form in the current IEP. The state has done away with that. We now have 4 different categories of present levels of academic achievement and functional performance. I personally like that we're adding in functional performance, not just formalized testing or MCAS scores or all of those kind of things, but really hearing about and getting the data about how is a student doing day to day over the course of a year in school. So this section is laid out quite differently. The 3rd column, our teachers are telling us that that's really helpful for them because they can read that a IEP may say a student has a neurological impairment, but what does that really mean? And so this 3rd column talks about what is the impact of that disability on that child's involvement in programs in general education. And I think that key, that place, I think a lot of gen ed teachers are going to be looking at that 3rd column, or at least that's what they're telling me already. In Massachusetts, there's 7 specific autism-related questions for any student with an autism disability that we have to answer, and now they're not just like add-on, let's talk about those and what are those. They're put in different parts of the IEP that are related to the IEP specifically. This section is about the present levels of performance when it comes to behavioral, social, and emotional. It's the same kind of layout, but it really talks about those areas of performance. And the bullying question, which is required for us to talk about at every IEP meeting for a student with a disability, is actually written out here versus kind of on the list of for the team chair to remember to talk about. And I think there's more place for this to be spelled out in a more meaningful way. Here we also get the autism-specific questions. This area and the next area, this is communication. The next area, I'm just going to give you a preview of it, is additional areas, which are really low incidence disability areas, deaf and hard of hearing, visually impaired. This communication is generally for students who are receiving speech services, It may be others, but it's generally speech services or students who are using an augmentative communication device. This will only get filled out for students who have areas of need in these two, in this or in the additional areas. If you have a child who doesn't have any needs in those areas, those pages won't even be in the IEP. So again, it makes it much more user-friendly. You can go right on, Doug. This area is post-secondary. It has dots around it because that's only to be considered in IEPs for students age 14 above. We have opted in the district, and I presume we will continue to do this for all students in middle school and high school, instead of looking at the birth date in middle school. It's just the time that we want to start talking about post-secondary transition. And this, now it's in the IEP. It used to be a separate document. Having it in the IEP really helps the teams say, we're going to talk about this and we're going to be specifically looking at this because this really helps drive the other parts of the IEP. Down here it says planned course of study. As we know, what students choose to do in 9th and 10th grade may affect their pathways and their opportunities for after high school. And so starting here, we will actually be able to be mapping out what is the projected course of study. And this is about interagency and community connections and transfer of rights. These are all things we start really thinking about and building in as a student gets older. You can keep going. This is all post-secondary. The accommodations and modifications, if any of you have looked at an IEP, those aren't the easiest pages to read in an IEP. Teachers don't find them very user-friendly. But what they've done now is separate accommodations and modifications, which are quite different, and also talk about where they apply in different settings. So it really takes the eye of the reader to something more specific for them to look at. This is all about testing. This is not really much different. It's just laid out a little bit differently. The goals are not substantially different from what we're doing now. It's written in a different format, and I think one of the things that I am grateful for is the last column is the person who's responsible on an IEP now. When you're looking at a goal and you want to see who's responsible, you have to flip to another page, and you have to do you have to be an investigator to figure it out. Right now, it's just laid out. So if I'm an English teacher and I'm looking at this, and it says the English teacher, I know I better be paying attention to that. So you can go on. And this is the same as what is now. It's really about the participation in GenEd and the service delivery grid. Transportation, this is about the same. It's just laid out a little differently. This is substantially different. There's now a whole separate page for extended school year services as well as extended school year transportation, so that if you're a parent, if you're a school employee and you're trying to kind of figure out how many students are getting extended school year, now it's all laid out on one page, so it's much more user-friendly. And I think for a parent, you can really look and not have to read through a service delivery grid to figure it out. And this is very much the same here. So you can go on. These are some resources that we're just sharing with people in case they'd like to look into it further. I will say I think the DESE website about the IEP Improvement Project is pretty comprehensive and laid out pretty nicely, and it would be something worthwhile to if anyone wants more information to look at. So that's a really quick overview. I can tell you it's going to be a big undertaking because we're going to be moving from IEPs that are written so differently and having to take that same information and figure out what goes in the IEP, what doesn't, how to reword it. So our special education staff next year are going to be doing, every IEP is going to take them substantially longer to do that. In the beginning, it's going to be more complicated, and hopefully they'll develop fluency over the year, but it's going to be a big, big undertaking. We're working with a lot of people now to we're doing a train the trainer model, and we're looking at who are some students who have IEPs in the beginning of the year and trying to have people begin to work on what is it like to take this real IEP and do this. But it's still going to be a big overhaul, and we're changing software platforms at the same time. So we're going to go from the current vendor who we use, which is eSped, to PowerSchool. We found has been a really worthwhile switch for our 504s, so we're going to do that as well. So,
great.
Any questions?
Any
thoughts?
Or Sarah.
Would you please tell me what is the difference between an accommodation and a modification?
Sure. An accommodation is something that you would do to shift the access to something that stays the same. So if I need to have text provided to me visually, but the text is the same, but I need a different version, a digital version versus reading a book, that's an accommodation. But if I'm looking to say, this student needs test materials modified, that they need a word bank on top, or they need to have a different grade level material to read. You're studying a certain unit in history, but instead of giving a student a grade level text, that child might read 2 grades below, you can look for a text that is a different. So you're modifying something then. It's a good question. Thank you.
Anna?
If you have an IEP meeting, an annual IEP meeting that happens at the end of the school year, will you start next year, or will you do that this spring, summer?
Not this year.
Okay.
You'll still
You'll
have
do it
your IEP meeting, but you'll use the old form.
Until 2025.
Right.
Okay.
Unless you have an IEP meeting for some reason during the course of the year, which happens periodically.
Any more questions?
I was gonna ask a question, but you can.
No. I guess I would just say, wow, this is a big undertaking. Maybe you picked the right time to step aside, and I just wanted to personally just say thank you for all you've done for the community and for guiding everyone through the process, even the types of stories you told about that 18 to 24-year-old group. These things are life-changing, so take a minute, reach around.
Thank you. Thank you. It's actually, when you see these big changes that really provide opportunities for adaptive change, it makes it a hard time to walk away. So, I feel grateful every day that I love what I do. So, but thank you for saying that. I'm just curious if going over this, I think it was on the reflections page, the next slide. Any thoughts you have, because you're looking at this from a lens very, very different than most other groups that I talk to, but any changes that in this that strike you as important, or any suggestions you have for us in terms of team building and stuff?
I will just say that I mean, I've not seen the IEP form, what it looked like before this, but I do really appreciate that the student voice is being included at such an early age, because I think one of the most important things we can teach our kids to do is how to advocate for themselves. And I think when you're teaching them in preschool, what do you want your year to look like, that is really impactful for the rest of their selves. So
Thank you. We learn a lot when we listen to students.
This is true.
Don't stop and do that often enough, I might say.
Deb?
So I just think it's great that it's more user-friendly for implementation within the classroom, so you don't have a
Hey, Deb.
20-page. So so you don't have a 20-page document that you're flipping through looking for the relevant parts. So I like that a lot.
We hope it will turn out to work that way. That's the goal, and what we could do is also, you know, over the time that we're getting used to it, you know, we can't change the form, but we can change our practices a little bit and try to do what we can do to really bring that to fruition.
Sarah, did you have another question?
What Deb said.
All right. Any further questions on the IEP project? Great. Thank you.
Do you want me to go back there or stay up here for your next topic?
Could we take a 2-minute break?
I'd say stick around.
Okay,
but
I'll stick
if we
around.
take a break,
Yeah.
that's
That's
their
fine.
fault. But
Yeah, just take a 5-minute break. Okay. 9:23.
Oh my goodness. You okay?
Yeah, much better now.
Yeah. How are you?
It'll be over the course of the spring. Okay.
I love that scar. Oh, thank you. It's gorgeous. I was just feeling that today, like, oh, it's right. It's nice to go outside.
Exactly
Right.
right. Oh.
I think so, that's what we hope will turn out.
It looks like it, it feels like.
Yeah, and we just, you know, I think our teams really want that to be, and sometimes it's hard when you don't have a forum that supports that. So hopefully it will give people more permission to be what they want to be.
I mean, you know, it really is, when I saw it and went over it, it was just more humane.
Yes.
And it was less categorizing, labeling.
Well, it's not gonna be just report all these scores and
Right.
report all these scores, making meaning out of it, so.
I moved from DC. My kid had an IUP in DC, and when we moved up here, they had to translate all of the IUP into the Massachusetts form.
So
And now, I don't know how different the DC form is from the new IEP, or if it's like yet a third disaster, like, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah.
So interesting, because we get a number of conservative states.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's like, whoa, like,
Apparently it was very different. They're like,
well, I came here from New Jersey, and I was like, what? I've never been on the service delivery grid. It's so fascinating. Driven by IDEA, which is national, and then every state has their regs, and everyone wants to put their own stamp on it, so. It's all what we get used to.
yeah, it's true, it's totally true. Yep.
How do you do? Oh, yeah. So we are gonna get through it. Oh, so recent. Yeah.
Yep. Very recent.
Oh, she did do the bulletin board.
What? Want me to sit
My,
back
the
there?
red bulletin board. My daughter was supposed to do it before the term was over. I'll have to take a look at it.
Oh, she did it?
She was
working for the library last
We're not gonna read it out loud?
Now she's working.
Word for word.
Word for word.
So
All
she's like
15 pages.
driving to Longwood and doing recess and then
No, I
driving
think,
back here.
I think if you just want to sort of frame it, and then we'll see what people have to say. I don't think we need to go into, I'm going to try to stay on this slide that has just the component pieces.
And I was looking on the app because she was going to track and I was like, making sure she didn't drop the track. And so I went on my phone. I was like, she left at 10:30 in the morning and she came back at 11 because my phone, like my car passed out and we were in. And I was like, oh no, he started at 1. But in my mind, I was like, she going at 10:30? Well, she worked here for
He really got went to the Atlantic.
semester.
UMass was great too. We're going up to Vermont next week. It's snowed today.
I think she'll enjoy it. Anytime you come to buildings, enjoy it.
Natural sciences.
Alrighty. So next up, we have our bullying harassment plan review and update.
So, all right, I'll give a little prelude here. So, the bullying prevention and intervention plan is something that we as a district have to put together every couple of years. So we have to do one and then renew it every 2 years. We're due to do that at the current time. It's a fairly prescriptive document in sort of its form and structure from the state. But nonetheless, it gives us an opportunity to review what we have and improve upon it, refine it, et cetera. What you have here is the current updated draft for your review. It's out, much like the Student Opportunity Act plan. It's out for review and comment from folks. We're receiving some of those comments as we speak, and we'll integrate those in as best we can as we go forward. I think at this point I'll let Dr. Brady talk about what's sort of different, or what are the things we changed or put into this that's a little different from where it was, and sort of how we see this progressing over the next few weeks as we finish it up.
Sure. So, we're not going to go through this whole plan tonight, just so you know. But I do welcome any and all of you to individually or collectively be in touch with me with feedback. I know, we ask for comment, and we do that because we want it, we need it. The state also requires us to do that. I think we're doing it a little more comprehensively than what the state requires, and I hope by doing that, we will get meaningful feedback. I've had a few people reach out to me. They've come in and gone through their feedback with me, which is really helpful. I'm glad I listened to the voice message tonight, so I will find a way to get that transcribed so I can have that feedback as well. We also did this via a Google form that is sent out for people to provide feedback that way. We have had some responses, so it's a little different than the Student Opportunity Act, so that's a good thing. And the Google form will stay open till the 22nd, right as we're coming back from the break. Some people, it's busy, people think that they're not busy during the school break, but maybe they'll have a time to sit back and think. And please, I would ask you, as you're talking to constituents and different family members, please ask them to take that opportunity to put whatever they have to say, or if it's a question, any feedback is better than none at all. What we're trying to do is, what we've tried to do with the draft is to update the plan, to take out some of the things that are pretty antiquated in there, and to remove those, and bring it a little bit more current. So that's the substantial change. The sections and stuff, all of this is modeled after the model plan that DESE gives us, so that's, we're using their format. They don't say we're required to do that, However, they like to look at our plans and make sure, so it just makes it easier to follow their format. And they think they've taken time to develop what they think is important as the criteria. So the new plan is updated. There's some of the places where before the older plan named certain curriculum materials that were being used. We went and took those specific names out because the curriculum resource materials may change before the plan changes. So we didn't want to be naming something that would then be outdated. So that's where some of the changes were. There's a few other changes that, again, please go through it. Or if you don't want to go through the whole plan on your own and you want to come in and just sit with me, I'm happy to sit with somebody for however long and go through all that and answer whatever questions. I think one of the things that I want to be really cognizant of, that the district has, in terms of bullying and harassment as well. This is not a civil rights harassment procedure, but we've been seeing that we have a lot of work we have to do, we have areas of need. They've become very public, and they're also very private to some people. So in this plan, it's not all spelled out, but I think it gives us an opportunity as the school year starts next year to share this out very widely with all personnel, beyond what we do at mandatory training, but really to make sure people are reading all aspects of this plan and understanding it. I think we need to do a better job of sharing the information with students and families as well. I'd like our students to know that Massachusetts has a law about bullying, and what does bullying mean in Massachusetts? That doesn't mean the same in other states. We have a very different definition than some states. So we need to do a better job educationally to provide that information to everyone, so they're not learning about it once they step into something that is a challenge. So I think it gives us, an opportunity to say, here's our new plan, and we are really going to go over it with you in a much more meaningful way than we have done before. So I think those are the highlights. What I will say, just one more thing, because I've been asked this by a number of people. The plan is specific and general all at the same time. We have processes in the district for personnel that is quite much more specific than what is laid out in this plan. And people are given very, very clear guidance as to what steps they need to take for when a situation arises, when there is a report of a concern about bullying. And we're very prescriptive with that. Are we always successful with following it as we should? Likely not, but we have it laid out for people so that if someone veers off of what they're supposed to do, we can help them get back on track as to what is the process and what they need to do. So the other thing that we do a little bit differently in Amherst right now is somebody can call me or can call anybody, can talk to a teacher, they can write a note to a teacher and say, I'm reporting that incident, and that's fine. That becomes official, and as it is, what I ask staff to do is if you get that report, please enter it into our electronic system. Don't say to a family member, oh, that's great, now please go enter it in. And if that family never enters it in, it's not like it that it didn't exist. If at all possible, the reporter, it's best that they enter it in themselves because it's their voice and their specifics, but if not, we enter it in for them. So we use an electronic system. Unfortunately, Massachusetts does not provide an electronic system for this. I wish they did, but, so we are using that electronic system. Has it been fail-proof? Absolutely not. I mean, nothing in technology that I use is fail-proof, so this is no different than that. And that doesn't stop us from being able to take a report when things don't work. So, but we use the electronic system because, quite frankly, it made me very ill at ease when I first came here, that everything was on a piece of paper. And I thought, whoa, pieces of paper get lost very easily. And there is nothing about what we have to pay attention to in this law that we want to get lost. So our software platform is not perfect. I think it's all of a sudden going to undergo some new changes I just learned about today, which we'll have to tackle and figure out. But we will, I think, my hope is that we will continue to use something electronic so that we have tracking of systems and we can look at them more carefully, so, versus paper. So that was the only other thing I wanted to share, because I know I've had feedback about concerns about the electronic system. And if anybody knows any company that wants to devise something and sell this product, that would be wonderful, because separate from that, we're just left to working with individuals to help us develop it.
Okay. Questions, comments? Jennifer?
So I feel like the word bullying is used colloquially to mean like being mean or teasing or using insults. But then there's the formal or legal definition that requires it be repeated behavior. So does a one-time incident not constitute bullying?
So I'm not a lawyer, so let me
But I
start
mean,
with
like
saying
in
that.
this policy.
Yeah, so it's not, so first of all, this is not a policy, and the legal definition is not created by our policy. So that repeated, Massachusetts law does not define that. I can tell you what we interpret it as, but Massachusetts law does not define repeated.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the definitions section, and it says bullying as defined by MGL.
Right.
Is the repeated use.
Yes, but they don't define the word repeated.
It has
They don't-
repeated, but it doesn't tell you what that
What
means.
repeated means.
And that's, you know,
It's
critical in law.
subject to interpretation.
Okay,
So
sorry, continue.
when I first, this was a whole new definition for me when I arrived in Massachusetts. I was like, oh, what does repeated mean? And I heard all sorts of different things. It means 3 times. It means this, it means that. I was like, oh. So those are the kind of things that we really ask. We ask DESE. They tell you what the law says. That doesn't. And then we ask for legal guidance for that. So I can tell you operationally how we define it. So it may mean that somebody behaves in a category that, like, to be harmful to me. Let's say Doug does that, and then somebody else does that to me too. That's repeated. That's 2 different times that something happens. But we also go so far, because we'd really like to capture this to be more protective of our students, so that if I'm the target, alleged target, and there's a group of students who are with me, and that group of students is, each person says or does one thing, but that group is doing it together, that is repeated. Now, I will tell you, that's not how everybody interprets that, but that's how we interpret it, because I think it allows us to really focus on ensuring the safety of our students at a higher level. But the state law does not define that word repeated. Did that answer your question? You have
Yeah,
that
you
look like you
actually
still
kind
have
of
a
blew my
question.
mind, so I have to think about that more. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I would like this, I think we've had some conversations with our representatives and have given that feedback to them, because I would hope that at some point the law is clearer about that. Can I just say one thing else about your initial, because you talked about how the word bullying is used, and I think that's where our education of people really needs to be done better. Because years ago, so if it was before 2010 and you used the word bullying, it just could mean a bunch of different things. Our language hasn't changed to adapt to that there's a law now. So instead of saying somebody's bothering me, they say bullying, and it just triggers a different level of attention. So I think our use of language needs to get better, and we can do that best if we are providing more education for people.
Sarah?
I think I will call you at some point to give you like some specific comments, but two questions maybe. Is there anything in this document, and I gather there are then more detailed procedures or whatever you said, at least for staff, but is there anything in this document that's significantly different since the events of a year ago? Will the community look at this and say, oh, I see the impact of what happened in the middle school last year, because now it says X, Y, and Z? Is there?
So, I think that's a complex question. So, because I think I might say the events of last year and all of the investigations that were done may have been consistent with concerns around bullying, but that was also harassment and Title IX. So I think that is a very different law than that, so.
And so that gets to, okay, and so that gets to my second question, and you're only here to talk about this,
Right.
but there are a lot of, there's a lot of ways to be mean, right? There's bullying, and as you said, there's harassment. So are there other plans and other policies to deal with harassment? I mean, like,
yes, so we have civil rights
we don't want to
procedures.
say just like, oh, I'm sorry, this was not bullying, therefore
Yeah, so we have
this
civil.
doesn't help you.
We have civil rights procedures as well, so we have both of those. And we don't, you'll see on our form, it says bullying/harassment, because I don't expect somebody who's reporting something to know which lane am I supposed to go into.
Right, but is there also a document that describes harassment and what our approach to intervening and stopping and training and educating around harassment is, separately from bullying?
There's not a document like this, but there are civil rights procedures. So, but I'm not trying to be evasive,
No,
but
so the state requires that there be this. They're not requiring, am I right, that we're required to have this?
Yes, we're required to have
Yes, but they don't require that you have a harassment intervention, prevention and intervention
plan, not to my knowledge, but they require you to have a policy and procedures, but not, so partly, I think, I'm trying to guess what the state was thinking, but the state introduced this law in 2010. So I think civil rights violations were in existence long before then. So they put in this new piece, and I think they added this. But again, I'm just presuming what the state might have thought.
Bridget?
So I would say first, there's some parts of this I really like. I like that off the start. It's got like school culture, climate, the prevention, evidence-based teaching and learning, skills in the situation. Like that part really seems like there's a lot of solid thought and good parts in it. But there's some things that, given what happened last year, I think we have to have in this document so that what we've learned are lessons learned. The first thing is not relying on one individual.
So can I say,
right? Does that make sense?
do you want me to take notes? Or
I can just actually, I have notes, so.
Okay, great.
I
You could send them to
forward
me.
them to you tomorrow
would be
if that
great.
makes sense. So like.
That's helpful.
I think in buildings I've seen it work really well when there's a team approach. You have like a dean, an AP, and a counselor. And within 48 hours, or some schools at 72, of getting this kind of report, they've got to sit together and say, okay, what are we doing? What comes next? And then some sort of clear timeline as well about notifying the family. It seemed to me between the old version and the new version, there's a change, because in the past, when there was a bullying investigation, you were informed, and this says only if determined that the family would be informed. And so that would worry me. I would want to know as a parent. And then the other piece I really feel like a timeline is needed is around the safety plan for the student. Like, I don't think just saying that these things will happen is good without saying who, what, where, how long. How long. I don't want to hear about bullying things that have been gone on for 6 weeks, like 72 hours. When you have absenteeism, which we talked about earlier tonight, a lot of times a kid doesn't want to come back to school when this happens. And I've been there as a parent, and I know even other people at this table have been there as a parent, and it's hard to get your kid to come back to school when they don't feel safe. And there's one final thing that I was thinking about. We hear about MTSS, the restorative discipline, learning differences, all just here in one night. What's the flow chart? Who do you go to when X happens? Who do we go to when Y happens? Like, I'm sure a teacher is thinking of all these resources in front of them and saying, what do I do, when, how? Like, if you have a one-pager with some flow, and even like, who's the backup person responsible when person X is out? Like, I just want to see this like much more specific and with timelines, just
Thank
for
you.
the kids.
Thank you. Helpful feedback. William?
So I want to follow up on a question to Doug and to Faye. Do we, when we asked this at the Pelham one, you were going to like follow through with that. Do we have to approve this plan? Because it's in the document that we have to approve the plan. That's what it states. So,
Yeah, after our Pelham meeting, I
Right.
checked on that. So school committee approval is not needed. You don't have to do an official.
but it says in the
approval.
plan that it is.
Yeah, so,
So
yeah.
that part will be taken out and we don't have to approve it?
Based upon what I've been told, we don't have to have
Well,
that
it
in there.
says, well, it
Yeah.
says we have to adopt it. It says, as required by MGL C 71-370, this plan has been developed in consultation with all district staff, community representatives, law enforcement agencies, students, parents, and guardianships by providing notice in a public comment period before being adopted by the school committee. So I asked this at the Pelham one if we had to adopt this or approve this, and so you're saying that we don't have to adopt it?
So, again, in terms of your process, I don't know the difference between if you take a vote and approve versus adopt it. I'm not sure what those differences are. But what I checked was that in terms of a vote for approval.
It's on page 2, Doug, if you're looking for it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And-
They're
and-
not numbered, but it is on the second
And
page.
so this hasn't been, since we did this at school committee, we haven't I'm not continually updating the draft till we finish with all the comments, so.
And so I have a problem with us not having to approve it. I lost my train of thought, so for a second. We are updating the policy subcommittee is updating the bullying policy currently, and we're updating the harassment policy. So if our new policy that hasn't, we're having to go back and forth with council, so the timeline has been dragged out. If this gets adopted and put into place, say in a month, and it takes us 2 months to get the policy approved, does this plan have to change to then be in line with our new policy if it's not? Or does this only get updated 2 years from now, so then it doesn't, the plan's gonna stay the way it is if we haven't passed the new policy to make this plan be different?
I think that's a really good question. I don't know that I'm the right one to give you a final answer about that. I can tell you in practice, it makes sense to me to have the policy and the plan be consistent with each other, or not in disagreement with each other. That would concern me. But I don't know that I'm a person to know for sure how that all works. I mean, I think,
So could you find that question out for us, Doug?
As far as the adoption?
So if
portion, or-
if this gets adopted, this intervention plan gets adopted, and then policy and school committee they change the policy for the bullying policy, and we have, say, timelines that say something has to be done in 14 days, this plan is not going to then it's not going to be in line with our current policy. So does this plan stay in effect for 2 years, and then when it gets updated, then it has to fall into place with our policy, or would it have to be updated immediately to then follow our policy that we passed?
Well, I'll say this. The plan I'm quoting from the statute, so it's 37, and it's the letter O. It looks like it's 0, but it's actually O as in the letter O. But anyway, it says the plan, no, I lost it. The plan shall be updated at least biennially, which means we can update it anytime we'd like. It just has to be done every 2 years. So if we were in a circumstance where you adopt policy that's in conflict with it, then we would have to update it, but that would be on us to do. And I think, like again, I'm not a lawyer, but skimming along here, you know, it is prescriptive about who needs to provide input to it. It says we shall develop, adhere to, an updated plan to address bullying prevention, intervention, and consultation with, and the list goes on. But it doesn't say, it has to be in consultation, but it doesn't require an actual approval. So I think that gets back to what might have been. Right. So obviously, it's within your purview to approve this if you choose to, right? And I think that there's no restriction on updating it more frequently than biennially. So if there is a circumstance where as you create policy, presuming of course policy is clearly compliant with law, which is why it goes to legal and back and forth, then we can revise this to match if necessary, if they're in conflict.
I guess I'm asking, would you, or we could? Like I as the chair of the policy team, I want to push the policy as fast as we can to get it through before this plan gets adopted, if I don't have the faith that the plan's gonna get updated, if we pass a different policy that gets the stamped, from the attorney saying that policy is okay.
Yeah, I think the thing is that we're required to have this, the state requires us to have this this plan in place. Obviously, your policy also holds weight. So the state's going to, if there's an issue, they're going to ask for a version of this. Obviously, if we're being compliant with policy, we'd be providing that to them as well. So, for example, if the state came to us and said, "Hey, there was this issue raised by this family about this bullying investigation, blah blah blah," send us your bullying policy and intervention plan. I think it would be incumbent upon us to simultaneously send policy. So if those were in conflict, if we hadn't had a chance to update it, which is probably more likely the scenario, it's not a willful ignoring of it, because again, that's part of what you'd give feedback to a superintendent about as far as their work for you as the school committee is to update that and keep it in compliance and alignment with the policy. But if it showed those were in conflict and we were still following what was in our policy, which is also a public facing document, I think that would still be considered okay. And I think that obviously it behooves us not to have things in conflict, but there's gaps in time and people remembering to do them. So I think that can be a directive the school committee can give to the superintendent to say, hey, we made this change in policy. By the way, make sure it fits with the plan. Make sure to update the plan. We want to see that. That can be. You guys can be directive that way, I think. So I'm not as worried about the conflict existing as much as, then I think it's key that you sort of be directive to the superintendent and say, hey, I know it's not required for another year and a half or whatever the magic number is, but we need you to fix this because doesn't match up.
Can I offer another thought to that?
Yes.
So I don't know where the policy subcommittee is in their process, but it sounds like you're working hard on that. So this, we have out for public comment now with the idea, we didn't know that the policy was being updated. So I don't know, but perhaps we can talk about, do we gather this public comment and
say, okay, we're still within our 2-year time, and keep the current plan till the policy is finalized to be able to not turn around and right away have to do it again. So it's just a thought, because I think it brings up a good
Real quick.
point.
I like your team approach of having a team, not just one person. My biggest, and I just want to make this publicly, Faye and I have already talked and gone over edits. The biggest issue I have is in the investigation section, which is on, I'm not sure which page.
I know, I apologize, my draft didn't have page
Yeah.
numbers.
Let me see where it's under safety, determinations, investigations on page 10, if that is any help. Anyway, the new plan says, upon receipt of a report or complaint that, if true, would constitute bullying or retaliation as defined by this plan, the principal or designee will investigate promptly the report. So that, to me, says that they don't have to investigate every report, they only have to investigate if the principal, one singular person, believes it could be bullying, and if they believe it's true. The current plan that we have says the principal or designee will investigate promptly all reports of bullying. So now the district is putting together a plan to help protect them and not protect the students by not investigating every bully report that's turned in. So my final comments are that this new document is protecting the district against lawsuits and is not protecting the students. And it is, they have added as appropriate, they have added words that, if needed, if appropriate, they've added little words all through the document to open it up to where they can be better protected and the students are not gonna be better protected. And I just find it insulting, and I found it when the district is sitting here telling us that this is to protect the kids, and this new plan is not to protect the kids, it's to protect themselves against lawsuits. And I'm finished for now.
Jennifer, do you have your hand up?
Yeah, so, sort of related to what William said. So I'm looking at page 10, section C, and it says, would constitute bullying or retaliation as defined in this plan. But the only definition of bullying is the state definition, the stating the MGL, in which repeated isn't defined. So I think we need a definition, we need our definition of bullying in this plan. And that brings me to my actual question, which is, what is the definition of bullying and what is the definition of harassment? Because Sarah was asking before about harassment and you said something about civil rights. So is harassment only if civil rights are involved? And actually this plan says bullying or harassment in several places, and harassment is used in this plan. So I don't understand the difference between bullying and harassment. Can you explain?
I don't know that I can explain that fully, so I'm not gonna try to explain it fully. I don't have the oversight and can't speak specifically to the civil rights and harassment part. I work closely with Dr. Rivera on that, but she has much more in-depth information about the civil rights and harassment part. So I don't want to try to speak to that and not be as thorough and comprehensive as you would. Sorry.
He's just indicating to Sarah Best that he wants. Did you just raise your hand? Yeah,
Okay.
Sarah Best is taking the cue.
Okay.
Got this.
Sorry. So, and the plan does reference the Massachusetts general law definition of bullying, and that's we're required to follow that law. I don't think we are able to create our own definition of bullying. We are required to follow the Massachusetts general law for bullying. When words are not spelled out clearly in the law, the word repeated you brought up, we will lean into interpreting that based upon guidance we get, but we can't change our plan based upon something other than the law. So, it might not be what you want to hear, but we can't create we can't. There would probably be many other things that people would want to change about how Massachusetts defines bullying, but that's not our purview to do that.
Tillman, Anna.
What I'm taking from Jennifer's question is that if it's up to district employees to decide if bullying has happened, then they have to have some definition, some understanding. It might be different from another district's understanding, but some understanding of what repeated bullying, you know, what that means. So I thought she was asking, what is it? Do we have one interpretation that we're going to use in this district, or is every investigator or principal going to make his or her own?
So that if I misunderstood, I'm sorry. So we, on an annual basis, and more frequently than that, but at least on an annual basis, we train all of our administrators and the personnel who are working on bullying, reporting, and investigation. We train them thoroughly on all of that. So they get a very thorough training. We also have regular meetings, almost monthly, roundtable sessions with our attorney for people to ask questions. So you can have a training, which we do annually, that's very comprehensive, and then you're 2 months into the year and you have a question about a problem of practice, because things are complex. Things are not just very clear and neat. So we have routine meetings where central office administrators are there, as well as the building leaders are there to get those questions answered. So it's an ongoing training of people, but the law doesn't change. The law is the law. It's for people to be able to really be able to understand how you apply the law when you're dealing with situations.
And the policy and the plan must be rooted in the law.
Yes.
Even when the law is unclear, then it still must be rooted in that part of the law. The only difference being if a lawsuit takes place and it gets settled and goes up to the Supreme Court, then they define repeated.
Well, and I also think part of the reason we consult with attorneys is there's case law also. So there's law, and then there's situations that arise, and even if they don't change the law and go all the way to the Supreme Court, they don't change the law, but there's case law. So we are working to stay up to date with those pieces of things, because case law doesn't always make it into the books and the general law.
About item C on page 10, investigation, I just want to share that my reading of this was more benign, in the sense that it states what should happen if the report or complaint falls into the category of being bullying or retaliation. I think that's where the if true comes in, not as in gratuitously deciding if it's true or not, but if it's a complaint about something completely different, a different policy would apply, and therefore this wouldn't be applicable. That was my interpretation of reading this.
Anna?
So I understand that there is a law that we have to be compliant with. At the same time, this is a bullying prevention and intervention plan. It is not the law. It is a plan for our district. And we can provide guidance on how we are defining bullying and how we are addressing bullying by our own definition. This is how we will investigate reports that are bullying as defined in this way for us. Because if we were to put out a definition that is in conflict with the state, that would be a problem. But if you added details to a state's definition, that is not in conflict, and we have the right to do that. Just like we have the right as a town to create building standards that are more strict than the state codes. We have an ability to make definitions that are more detailed than the state's legal definition implies. So I would say that we can, if we want to, we don't have to. But I would not say we can't, because I think that by making a few extra definitions, we are not flying against the face, unless we were to say bullying only counts when you have 100 different reports. That would be a problem, right? But if you have something that is, going to be more inclusive than the state's law, I don't think that then anyone would say legally that that's a problem. So I think that,
someone sues you.
well, if somebody sues you, then you would be more liable, maybe, but, and that's maybe a risk that the district doesn't want to take, but then again, you're protecting the district and not the children, so.
So, Faye, you mentioned annual training, or perhaps more than annual training, and this is like training, people are trained to recognize bullying?
To understand what bullying is, yes.
So then you must have a verbal definition of bullying, no? Like, if you're training people like this is what bullying is, then you must know what bullying is, or be able to say, this is what bullying is. And that's the definition I think needs to be in this plan.
So.
Because, sorry, I just want to repeat what I was saying, that like, section C on page 10 references the definition of bullying. And the only definition of bullying in this plan is the state law, which says bullying is repeated. And until tonight, I didn't think that was unclear. I thought that repeated just meant more than once. But I think you're saying the state doesn't define repeated, so that's a little fuzzy. So if the only definition of bullying is a little fuzzy, that doesn't sit right with me. Yeah.
Yeah, so on the back, there are definitions. So there is this section, and that is the definition that when we train people that we use, the definition, that's.
But you also train them that the word repeat, what the word repeated means, right? Because the definition, I'm looking at section X, definitions.
Right.
Bullying is the repeated use. And to me, that seems clear. Repeated means more than once, but you're saying repeated is not that clear, and you train people to understand what repeated means. So that's what I mean, like that stuff needs to be in this plan.
Well, what I would suggest is that I think there are a number of places where we could tease out something. So, it creates a hostile environment at school for the target. How do you define hostile? I think you could go through this and find about 27 different things that fall into that level of specificity that require, and this is part of why we meet on a regular basis for that review and consultation with counsel about what's current case law, what's precedent, what and how are those terms defined and used. And so I think in this document, we would perhaps get, paralyzed by trying to get into those definitions, because I think you run into a number of those. And I don't mean to, I just picked one out. Hostile is one that comes up in other circumstances that we spend some time on. Infringes on the rights of the target. That also is sometimes very, very clear cut, and sometimes not as clear cut, right? And so there are often cases that definition requires judgment about. And so I think that's where, in this circumstance, we lean on the law in this document for its purpose, is that we lean on the definitions that are in law. And what we do is for our own internal procedural documents, we articulate more specificity when we have, and that continues to evolve, and that's why we train on it, why we continue to have those conversations. Because partly the definitions are unknowable in some ways, as far as, some things are very binary, sort of on-off, and some things aren't, and that's part of why we have conversations about it routinely and change them regularly. So that's another reason to not memorialize something too specific in here, is because of the fluidity of understanding that we're coming to relative to these terms, because they're never perfectly defined. And I think that's the balancing act we're trying to strike with a document like this is, and around these kinds of points. And we're talking about the question of repeated, but I think there are others, is what's the right level of specificity we can put in here and be functional and have it, sustain over time, and, the practical day-to-day of what do we do in our conversations, in our work regularly to articulate those differences and create that understanding, because it does evolve, because the things that get presented to us change and question the parameters we've used and the framework we use to understand it. So I think it's an ever evolving circumstance, and that's the conundrum we run into here.
Bridget? I feel like what I'm hearing for the committee, and, obviously they're here to correct me if I'm wrong, but is that we want the superintendent, to come to us to a plan that's very clearly addressing what happened before, what people have been complaining about now for a year in the district, and that this bullying plan shows us, and shows the public, hey, we heard you, we listened, and when we read it, we can see and feel that. Do you know what I mean? I feel like we can talk about the definition of bullying, we can talk about the specific words, if true, whatever, but right at the core of it, I think that's why we're hearing pretty much the full committee saying that if page 2 is right, we wouldn't adopt it as is.
Anna?
I think some of the main concerns that I have about this policy is that there's not enough accountability in the document. And so it's like, we're going to do all of these different things at some time, but there's not like within a day, within 48, you don't even have within 48 hours or within 72 hours in the document. You don't have, we will notify parents within any time period. It just says, we will notify parents. So 6-8 weeks later, you notify a parent. Well, you've notified the parents, but I don't think anybody would say that that is what we're aiming for. I think we're aiming for a little bit more timely than 6 to 8 weeks. So I would like to see more time limits in the document to say, we will get this done by X, this many hours, this many days. We will have an answer within X amount of time so that we can actually have some measures to say, are we living up to the goals that we're setting for ourselves, the policy that the plan that we have, are we actually implementing the plan as we actually said we were going to do it? And right now, I'm not sure that you can actually say, well, we're doing a good job or not, because we don't have any of those limits in there to say when we're going to do it. And I also, the idea that, people can decide what to investigate and what not to investigate, I think that's a really, really dangerous sort of you can really just say, well, we didn't think that actually qualified. Well, maybe you should investigate it to determine for real whether there was more to the report than what was written in the report. Maybe the person who wrote the report didn't know all of the requirements that needed to go into the report, but what actually happened was bullying. They just didn't include the 3 details that you needed to classify it as bullying. And so I think it's dangerous to say, well, if exactly as it was written, it would have classified as bullying, then we will investigate it according to a bullying report. But if it doesn't, then it goes into civil rights, and we have to a whole different thing that we do with it. And I think the difference between harassment and bullying and how they are processed in the school and how we have a plan for them is a little dicey. And so I don't know, unless we have a strict definition of what we're going to investigate as bullying and what we're going to investigate as harassment and how that's going to be different, I think we need to be really inclusive and say, if it's harassment or bullying, we're going to treat it as bullying until we determine that it's not. I don't know any other way to deal with it that way.
If I may. Yep. So along those lines, the thing is that there are times when it can be bullying and harassment simultaneously, right, as well. And so we've had conversations. I've been on a phone call with Faye and the lawyers talking about that sort of hierarchy of choice and the precision you have to take to go through that. And that's certainly part and parcel of sort of when we think about sort of operational aspects and steps that we go through. I think the other thing I'll stress is that current practice is, and I don't think there was any intention to change this, is that those bullying reports are all investigated. That's the intention And so I don't think there's any intention to change from that. I think, I think that I mean, we can look at the sort of wording there and run it by council, but I think that wasn't any intention to change that modality that we currently use. Because again, I think you're right. There's, for the layperson filling in the form, knowing that they need to hit this mark, this mark, this mark, and this mark is really tricky. And I think that, and this is something I think William and I have had a conversation about this around the question of repeated. How do we elicit that information well from people? So how, and that's, how long do you make the instructions versus, what education, there's a balancing act there, but, and it's a struggle, right, about that. And that's part of why investigations have to plumb those questions as part and parcel of the process, is that, to tease out that detail that may not have been written onto the form, to understand, does it, yes, we're still bound by, sort of what we understand to be the structures of the law and the definitions as best we know them. So does it fall into those sort of specific legal categories? But regardless, there is, if harm was done, whether it's technically bullying from a legal standpoint or not, we have a responsibility to take appropriate action and consequences and disciplinary steps independent of that. And I think that's a piece that sometimes I'm hopeful that people can realize that we're not. It is important to identify when bullying, harassment, pick a legal term, it's important to identify when those happen or do not happen. But maybe more importantly is, for us as a district, it's like, are we doing the things to interrupt behavior that's not appropriate for school? And are we making corrective action with kids to not continue that behavior and to support those kids that have had that harm done to them? That, on the most basic level, is the most important piece of work, right? And I think that's where we want to spend, and try to have our energy. And the other aspects are about, meeting requirements of law and reporting, and they're important. I don't want to minimize that at all. I just think that we can get, it can be a bit of a loop we get caught in that's not as productive to us as what we really want to focus on, which is interrupting behavior that's not appropriate for school, actions that are happening that are harming kids, that kind of thing. So, and that's not to disagree with you in any way. I just want to make sure we're clear on that, and make sure that as we continue to sort of get better at this, is that we can provide information to people, make them able to fill out these forms in the best way possible, we get the best information we can, and try to refine our practice to be thoughtful and consistent, and again, focused on what's best for the students, all of them.
Can I add one thing to that? And I also think yes to everything that Doug said. Your feedback's really helpful, because I want and I hope that we can kind of land on a final plan that when anyone reads it, there is a piece of it that we want to make sure that it's a plan that the district has that's consistent with what is expected for the district to have, but that the goal of the plan is to ensure the safety and well-being of our students. So that, my hope is that when people read a plan, that their takeaway is that this is developed for our students, because that's what we're here to do this for. Not just to develop a plan that checks a box to say, we have created a plan because the state wants us to have a plan. It needs to read and have information in it that, that's the takeaway. So thank you for your feedback.
I have William, Deb, and then Sarah.
And I would say, like, I really feel like the plan needs to be more spelled out, because, like, Faye says she has trainings for the staff. She doesn't have control over it. Basically, the principals or their designee is who implements this. Faye doesn't have direct, or the student of director services doesn't have direct oversight over those people. So I feel like that the principals or their designee all interpret this repeated very differently. I've had some families come to and tell me that they were told that because it happened on a new day, it wasn't repetitive. I've had families come and tell me that, that because you didn't receive a death threat 3 times, it wasn't bullying. I feel like that, I feel like the district looks at this from the aggressor's point of view of repetitive and not from the victim's point of view of repetitive. I said, and I will speak about my own daughter. Ask her how many times she's cried herself to sleep at night. That shows repetitive. If she's cried herself to sleep at night 6 times in 2 weeks, that's repetitive harm. Now that bullying, that the aggressor maybe didn't do something, but it is there in her mind and it's repetitive. If a student gets bullied in first period, they're going to be thinking in their head of what to do, what not to do, where to go, where not to go for the rest of the day. That's repetitive. And I think we have to look at a lens of the victim and not look at the lens of the aggressor or look at a lens of how to protect the district. And I think that, Anna and Jennifer have both said, we could define this better. We could define what repetitive means. So then we could instruct the principals or their designee, this is the definition you're going to use. I've heard reports of kids getting barked at, and then that's not harassment or bullying. When we look at the harassment bullying form you're supposed to turn in, it says bullying and harassment, but then when you get it back, there's no section to say it wasn't bullying, but it was harassment. It's not valid. So I think we have to look at our forms that we turn in, because we throw this harassment word attached to all the bullying things, but then there's no plan for it. Like you had mentioned, Sarah, where's that plan? We don't have a plan. I don't know. I'm very passionate about this, and I feel like this plan is just not effective yet. And I lost my train of thought, but I'll stop.
So I'm not sure this is going to be helpful, but it seems to me you go to the doctor and you say, something hurts me. And you can tell them what you think it is, but until they do a diagnosis, until they run tests, until they go through a process, you don't know what it is and you don't know how to treat it. So the whole process that I think, and maybe this is required by law, so you file a bullying report, you're already presuming a certain outcome when in fact, as Doug said, somebody's been harmed, and how to address that, how to remediate that, what plan gets actuated depends on the diagnosis. So it just seems very backwards to have a reporting set. I know we're required to have a reporting system that goes through the process and does or does not come to confirming the diagnosis, but doesn't address the injury. So I don't know how to do that, but I think as a district, it makes sense to have the pieces put together. Maybe there's an incident report and you can check all the things that you think, this is, with infinite amounts of personnel, you could check all the things that you think it could be. And then there's a process for eliminating those things and moving it along down the line, or multiple pathways in which multiple people, and again, infinite resources, make diagnoses. And I think this is where Bridget's team comes together. People look at it from a different lens. They check on it from different points of view. But meanwhile, there's people need to know what's going on. And in the end, you would hope that the families really just want healing and behavior to stop, and not necessarily a diagnosis, but the education of the person being the person or persons causing the harm needs to be part, but not the time-sensitive part of the whole plan.
Sarah?
Yeah, what Doug said earlier, I think is important and makes me think that, well, maybe we already have something like this in the student handbook or family handbook, but you know, some larger statement about how it's our obligation and our goal, our desire to make school a safe environment for all students. And when, you know, things can go wrong in any number of ways, and we have a variety of processes, you know, bullying gets investigated or determined like this, you know, and harassment is done this way. And, you know, whatever all the various diagnoses might be, it's still under an umbrella of, we want you to be safe. You know, so we're very focused on bullying because that's what this plan is. We have to have this plan, but we're left with this, well, what if it's not, well, then what? You know, what are the other possibilities? and that explanation doesn't go in that document, but maybe it's, you know, bullying, the prevention plan is one element of our policy and practice among many to maintain a safe and welcoming culture. But maybe they all need to be grouped together, whatever they all are, Title IX and this bullying and anything else. So everyone can see that this is not the only piece, and it's not like, oh, it's not bullying, so good luck. You know, it might be, well, now we'll look and see if it's harassment, or we'll just see if it's some other problem that can be ameliorated a different way. So we don't get too hung up just on this one piece.
So I think we have given Faye, Dr. Brady, a lot of feedback. So maybe we can move on for tonight and revisit if we need to in the future.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I just want to share my appreciation for the feedback, because I think Dr. Brady's done that as well. But it's really helpful to us as far as you know, understanding, you know, things that you're noticing in the specific as well as the more general, you know, and that's helpful to us as far as thinking about this and how to contextualize it, and again, think about it as its standalone thing and how does it fit in a bigger picture. That's really helpful to us, and important. And I think the other more specific feedback about some of the language used and that sort of thing, we'll take a very close look at and try to incorporate that as well. So I want to be really appreciative of that. And so, you know, I don't want you to feel like we're pushing back because we don't want to. It's we want to try to understand better is, I think, the way to think of it. So the questions we raise and the framing that we do is in and around greater understanding for us, and trying to, you know, frame it as best we can and think about, well, how does this not sit in isolation and fit into a larger sort of context that we want to be exploring and refining and improving as well. Because I think that's some of what I think is a lesson learned over the last year, is that there are aspects external to the specifics of this that need refinement, integration, and improvement that we need to work on as a part of this holistic approach to this.
Yeah, and I would just echo that. I think that's true. I think, how do we, I appreciate you bringing up the handbook. So how do we look at the handbook and this plan and all the pieces so that they give a shared message that student safety and well-being and engagement in school is the priority? And within that, how do we look at each piece and making sure that all those different documents align and are in agreement with each other, I think is an important piece. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brady.
Okay.
Point of order. We're 50 minutes over the time limit in policy BEA.
Jennifer?
I move we extend our meeting by 20 minutes.
I'll second that.
May I speak to the motion?
Yep.
I think we need to talk about school committee liaison roles with member towns, and then the 4 towns meeting and the additional meeting on 418. I also personally want to hear superintendent's update on arms admin. I don't know if the other stuff can be delayed or not, but those are the 2 things that I think are important. That's why I said 20 minutes.
Was it seconded?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Second
Okay.
was second.
I think it's just not reasonable to have meetings that are that long. If we have that much on our plate, we need to have extra meetings. I will vote against the proposed motion.
It's 10:23 without saying.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of extending our meeting by 20 minutes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed to extending our meeting by 20 minutes? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry guys. We got 20 quick minutes.
Yeah, Herb died when you said that.
Okay, I will be fast.
Welcome back to Amherst.
So I put the budget, 25 budget back on there because we have a lot of work to do before we go back and talk to our towns. So there has been a request for another 4 towns meeting, which the budget, the central, yep, there you go.
The invites have gone out. It's for the 20th. It'll be in person at the middle school library.
9:30.
I want to say it was 9, but maybe it is 9:30. I haven't looked at the
I think
invite.
it said 9:30 when I
Did
checked.
it?
But first I thought it was gonna be 9 because it's always at 9.
It's always at 9,
And
so I'm
then-
shocked as well.
And then I looked at it and it turned,
Well,
changed
maybe
it to
we'll
9:30.
revise the invitation.
Well, we will confirm the start time. So for that 4 towns meeting, we will have the 3-year look ahead that's been requested by our towns. And so I wanted to propose an additional virtual meeting on
9:30.
4/18. So the committee will have time to go over and discuss together before we go to the 4 towns meeting. I know it is vacation week and I am sorry. Hence my suggestion that it be a virtual meeting, that it might be easier for people. If you want to get back to me, just email me if you have big feelings about it being in person, or we can just have it be virtual. The other thing I wanted to talk about quickly was for us to be in contact with our town's select boards and finance committees and what do you have, a town manager, how does it work?
Yeah,
Town council. Town council, okay. So I think for the smaller towns, because there's only 1 or 2 of us that come back to report back to the school committee. So like if Anna and Tillman, you want to be in touch with your select boards and finance committees and bring back if they have things for us to know about. Yep, thoughts?
Well, they asked for a 4-town meeting, so it's really unclear what input.
If they have more things for you to know.
Sure.
Just
General
just
offering of.
general
Yeah, yeah,
offering
yeah,
of being the go-between. However, for Amherst, there are 5 of you. So if one of you could be more representative to go back and forth between things, that would be really helpful. And then everybody kind of knows where they stand for those pieces. Jennifer and then Deb.
I nominate Bridget to be the point person. Because there's 5 of us, and no one of us has more responsibility or purview than any other to interface with the town. But I think because none of us are necessarily empowered, it's kind of like, well, who's going to do it? So I think if we can come to consensus, or I don't know if it needs a vote, that like, because I nominate Bridget because she's on the BCG, which I know is not a subcommittee of this body, but she has a lot of knowledge and about the budget, and I just think she would be a good person to, to show up at finance committee meetings and to interface with the town council and the finance committee. I just think if we could either come to consensus or agree that on a person, that would be great, and I think it should be Bridget.
Deb?
I think Bridget would be excellent. I also appreciated Sarah's comments at town council on Monday. So I think both of them have strengths.
And either of them would do an excellent job.
Excellent. Bridget?
I think the problem that occurred is that if we show up, 3 of us at a meeting, I showed up 3 of, at, like our people, then we've got a quorum.
No, it's
One
regional
It's,
business.
I
It's a
just mean for
regional
region.
budget.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Not a problem.
Okay.
But 5 of us, all 5 of
Yeah.
us can't go.
Okay.
4 of you can't go. Oh, no, 5 of us can't go. So all 5 of Amherst people couldn't go anyway,
Right.
so, yeah. It's just, you know, so there's a, you're right. There's no, you know, any one of you has more responsibility than the other. It was more just, we're about to have a lot more conversations. So if there's a, you know, a point person that if you happen to be at your town's finance committee meeting, then you can bring back the information and more along those lines than having to be a spoke. Yep, Jennifer?
And so I think it actually should be a little bit more formal than that, in that, you know, some of us attended the Amherst Finance Committee meeting, and we were in the audience, and Sarah was in the meeting. And my understanding was that the town council invited Sarah to attend, but I heard Sarah say that she was there just as any other school committee member. And so I think it's more like we should decide, and then we should notify the town council and the Amherst Finance Committee, here's your point person on regional, here's your Amherst point person on regional budget stuff. So it's more than just if you happen to show up, it's more like, hey, town council, here's your point person.
Is this the SIS school committee liaison roles with member
Yes.
towns?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
It is.
Is that what we're-
It's on the agenda.
I don't, what,
yes.
what is the purpose of this person?
The purpose is that the town council, Amherst Town Council and the Amherst Finance Committee need input, or they need a point person to talk with topics about the regional budget. There's 5 of us on this committee from Amherst. No one of us is more responsible than another for being that point person. They've invited Sarah Marshall because she's the chair of the Amherst School Committee, but this is not an Amherst School Committee matter, it's a regional school committee matter. So since there are 5 of us, one of us should formally or informally be the point person, and so that that person can show up at finance committee meetings and town council meetings and answer questions and bring back questions to us from those bodies.
Now, I think if you put that out there to the town council, the town manager, et cetera, they would say, you already have 2 school committee members.
Those 2 on the BCG are Amherst School Committee representatives, not regional school committee representatives.
Yeah, I am looking for someone to be a regional representative. Because
I'm just
like
saying
at
that's
the,
what's gonna happen. They're gonna say, hey, you got 2 school committee members.
Well, it's not up to them.
but, right, it's also
No,
true.
It's not up to them, but
We-
it'd be reasonable, because it's like, anyway, I understand the point, but it doesn't, I guess it's flying over my head, and it doesn't make sense to me. Look, in the BCG the other day, we dealt with the regional budget. We dealt with the regional budget.
But the BCG is not a subcommittee nor reports back to the region.
I am just saying that occurred. Is that right, Bridget?
Well, yeah, I think what I was going to say was exactly that, like, we're at the BCG, and half of the meetings we're talking about are BCG. So I think I do understand why it would make sense for someone from the BCG to be that person, but there's town council meetings that this is gonna come up. It's gonna come up at finance coming up on the 25th or 26th. They have a public hearing, and other times. And I would just say as well, I thought Sarah's comments were lovely. I'm not just saying that now, I did email her the same. You know, but I do see Jennifer's point as well, and I'm tired, y'all.
Are you saying you don't want to be the person?
No, I'm saying I'm tired, so like, let's decide.
Oh.
I mean, I would say if we're gonna do it in Bridget, because Bridget's already on BCG, then they would not see it as duplication or anything.
Yep, that's fine.
Are you comfortable doing that, Bridget?
Yeah,
And I certainly would
Perfect.
not
But
want
if
to
Thank
she
you.
can't make every single meeting,
Yeah.
why don't you just find one of us?
Yes,
Find
we'll do.
Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Sounds good.
yep.
On the planning for budget, I believe we should schedule a regional school committee meeting for the time after the Four Towns meeting, before the towns, Leverett and Shrewsbury, have their town meeting, which is the following weekend. So on that Tuesday, for example, we have the interview with the superintendent, and I would recommend that we have a regional school committee meeting afterwards if we need to vote on any updates to the school budget based on the input from the Four Towns meeting, because that would then still be in time that we could try to fix this on the floor of the town meetings.
So on the 23rd to have a
Yes.
bonus
with-
meeting
Bonus
after?
meeting with
Amherst-
one
I think
agenda
Amherst
item.
School Committee meets that night, but I could be mistaken. Amherst is meeting that night.
9:30?
Well, we've moved earlier. Amherst School Committee is meeting 5:45 to 7:15, and then we have our interview, I guess, the region, Union 26, 7:30. On here, it says to 9:30. I don't know why it's 2 hours.
And then to have a,
But why is it 2 hours? Is that when we think we're choosing the superintendent? Or is
No.
that-
no, I think it's just,
Well, then it should okay. Then maybe
Is
it
that
only
the day
needs
you're
to be an
proposing?
hour long.
Anytime that week,
Okay.
we're here anyway for that
Wednesday.
meeting, so I was suggesting that we have
Okay.
one agenda item meeting afterwards, that is the budget and possible vote on a revised school budget.
I'd suggest squeezing it in on the Wednesday, so we don't start it when we're tired, some of us, and it may take some discussion.
Right, I wasn't aware of the
Yeah,
Amherst meeting,
yeah,
so.
that's fine.
okay. I will
Yeah.
look at the calendar and report back. Okay. All right. I don't know where we are for our 20 minutes. I did not write down. Anybody?
I think
We're,
we're at 10 or 11 is. I think it was 10:28 when we
Okay.
voted.
The
Superintendent.
superintendent highlights?
So
We'll
I'll just say the
push those other two to-
two items, the band interest, I don't have the data together for you. I didn't get a chance to put that together, and the school choice vote is not urgent by any stretch, so those two can be skipped. So superintendent update. Arms administration, that close. Close but not there yet. Should have announcement really soon. And I'll message you guys in advance of anything that would go out more broadly to the public. So I'll share that with you. Student highlights, I have one. So for those that didn't get an opportunity to go, the Survival Center had the Empty Bowls fundraiser that they do every year. And for those that aren't familiar with Empty Bowls, one of the pieces of that is that you make your donation, which gets you a bowl of soup, but it also gets you an actual bowl. And a lot of those are made by students. They're made by potters around the area, but a number of them are made by students from here at the high school. And they're lovely and beautiful, and the students have done this for a number of years. And it's really it's a real lovely event, and it's a lovely opportunity for our students to share their work with the broader community. So that was a very lovely event, if you didn't get a chance to go. POSH update, administration met with the students in the middle school POSH group. There's a middle school and a high school group. I think they're looking for an advisor for that group in order for it to continue. I think I'll leave it at that. There's some other complicated things I don't want to get into, but the short story is the group is still available to me. It's a matter of finding an advisor to take the place of the current advisor who stepped down. And as far as goals, I'll start to put together what's called, what we've traditionally called, starts with an A, and I can't think of the word, right? Thank you. An artifacts document or series of documents that will start to articulate and answer questions around the goals that you adopted for me and the district. So we'll start to put materials together relative to that and get that to you for the coming meetings, plural, because it'll be an ongoing piece. And I think those are the main things I wanted to share with you this evening.
Any questions? Anna?
I just have a technical question. You said that you might have an update on the arms administration, and And my question is that because you haven't selected someone, or because you want to select someone and then get an agreement from that person before you notify us? Like, I'm just not entirely sure where you are in the process.
Can you answer that question without compromising anything?
In the selection process, there are a number of steps involved, so still doing some due diligence work. I wouldn't say, do I have someone in mind? Yes, I
Okay.
do. Some due diligence steps left to be done,
Okay.
but should proceed relatively rapidly.
Okay.
It's a budget question, but I guess it's to you. What are we presenting, or what will you be presenting at the Four Towns meeting?
So we're in process on working on some predictive sort of things. I mean, it was one of the questions that got raised relative to the coming year, but what does that look like sort of over time? So we're looking to project out our expenses and revenues over the next couple of years to give some indication of the direction and sort of the impact. So sort of one of the questions posed was, it's 8.2% for increases. Everybody, is it going to be 8.2 next year and the year after, et cetera? And what does that look like? So it might be something where a community might be able to do it if they realize the big bite this year gets us to a place that's a little more moderate over the next couple of years, or is it something that's sort of more systemically problematic for us and we need to make more severe restrictions because if we don't do it now, we have to do it later, that kind of thing. So I think that's the idea, is to present as best I can what we think is coming financially for the district over the next couple of years, to sort of paint that portrait as best we can. Ton of assumptions are going to be in there because there's contract negotiations, there's, whole host of different, there'll be a new bus contract, there'll be what do we think is happening with health insurance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What do we think is going to happen with Chapter 70? So there's a lot of, assumptions we'll be working with and thinking about and trying to understand their magnitude and their impact as we see the next couple of years coming.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Yep.
That basically describes what we need, and it follows what we have voted on here. My sense is that there are some members of decision-making bodies out there who fundamentally disagree with what we voted on.
Right.
Is there a compromise, an out that we propose as the next best thing, or we're agnostic to that and just listen at the meeting what the towns say?
Well, I think that's part of the conversation a little bit, because I think, I haven't, from you as a board, as a school committee, given me sort of any sort of middle ground to sort of plumb the specifics of. So, we don't have that at the moment. And I think that'll be part, that can be part of the conversation of the four communities, like, well, is there some middle ground that they're willing to support? And then we go back and say, what does that look like?
Thank you.
Whoa,
Jennifer and then Irv.
I move we adjourn.
before we adjourn. Doug, can you, that's real, I can talk with you after. 'Cause
Yeah, no,
the whole thing about caucusing at the four-town meeting is like, what is it?
Yep. I'm going to second Jennifer's adjournment motion. All in favor of adjourning? No?
She's
All
already
right.
asleep. I think if you're packing up at that point, that's an automatic aye.
The 23rd or the 24th? Yeah. The 23rd or the 24th? It is really long meeting on the 23rd, or say it's maybe the 24th.
Jennifer, and then I second.
I have full vacation completely off except for one thing. It's the night of the. Oh, no. But it doesn't.